The shadowy black shunter coasted back and forth across the yard, heaving and hauling things into their proper places. There was a marked contempt in every movement. The coaches hadn't done anything to him, of course, but the railway had, at least from his perspective, and that made him rough and careless. The coaches didn't like him one bit. The search for a station pilot had been turbulent. It seemed that every time a suitable replacement was found to shunt Tidmouth yards, they either proved themselves so heartily that the Fat Controller had to award them with another position, or they resented the workload and the station yard politics so much that they had refused to continue. In total, 7 different engines had done the job over the last few decades, for varying lengths of time. There was only one constant: Diesel. Devious Diesel to his enemies. His friends didn't have a name for him, because he didn't have any. But even he hadn't done the job consistently. He had left and come back 5 or 6 times himself. Every time he was sent away in disgrace. He'd either told lies about the other engines, or caused some accident due to his temper. Most commonly, it was his treachery that kept sending him away, back to the other railway. What they called treachery, Diesel thought, he called cleverness. Just because they were all too daft to understand his greater aims did not make him a villain. It only made him a martyr. Well, this is what Diesel thought, anyway. And yet, he would keep coming back, and the Fat Controller, the identity of which varied by the year, would reluctantly accept him. Diesel supposed that spoke to how desperate the state of Tidmouth Yard really was. There really was no one else willing. Many of the other engines wondered why Diesel kept returning to a place he so loathed. No doubt he had some nefarious plan he wanted to try out. The truth was, all of Britain ran on diesel fuel now, every stretch of the network. All except for Sodor. And that drove Diesel mad. The revolution had yet to fully succeed. He was thinking, of course, about the revolution that had started over 30 years ago with the invention of the diesel engine. After this long, a sensible engine might question if it still qualified as a revolution at all. But Diesel could not afford to be sensible. Not after dedicating so much of his life to the cause. Now, by all measures, diesel engines had won the traction wars. They were everywhere, did all important work, and yet Diesel could not accept that there was this one small outlier. His work was not done. Sodor was not yet subjugated. If he had been a scholar of history, he would know that that was always the case with the island of Sodor, even going back to medieval times. But like many a vain English conqueror before him, Diesel believed his conquest would succeed. So he returned every few years with a new scheme, and as he shuffled a new rake of coaches into the station, he snickered to himself. He had a good feeling about this one. He was already setting things in motion. Come tomorrow morning, he would be embarking on one of his greatest schemes to date. Until then, he had to tolerate this island, as he'd been tolerating it for about a year now. And it had been insufferable. The loud, hissing, uncouth behavior of these engines irritated him immensely. The way the management prioritized emotion over operation at every turn repulsed him. And the way they glorified these engines, romanticized them, was the most repugnant part of... Diesel paused. He suddenly felt sick. "That wasn't there yesterday," he said gravely, in his oily voice. It hung there, 10 feet tall and high off the ground, affixed to one of the massive brick walls of the station concourse. It was an enormous poster of Thomas the Tank Engine. He looked rather strange, but it was him. This is exactly what Diesel detested about this island, summed up in a single image. His oil grew hot enough to boil as he stared up at the daft advertisement. He muttered under his breath, "The fools." I know, right? Diesel nearly jumped out of his frames. He thought for a moment the poster had spoken. Then he realized the genuine article had pulled up right beside him. Thomas looked indignant. "They got me all wrong. Britt said that the television program would be a spitting image, but she made me so short. And who in their right mind can call that a short, stumpy funnel? It looks like they swapped it for Duncan's." Diesel already had a headache. He'd been in Thomas's presence for less than 10 seconds, and his radiator fan was already going stiff. He had so many questions he barely wanted the answers to. He picked one. Who is Brit? A TV producer. She said that I was a very special engine because of the books. And, I mean, I am a very special engine. I'm not too humble to deny that. But when she said she'd make a show about me, well, I didn't think it was going to be so... Thomas's voice trailed off. Diesel couldn't follow him. His fan had nearly seized now. This engine's constant yammering, almost always about nothing of importance, was like sugar in the tank to him. Diesel was driven by efficiency, a need to accomplish things swiftly and to great effect. If there was a purpose to Thomas listing off all of his merchandise ranges in the middle of the biggest station on the line, blocking a vital crossover track 5 minutes before the 3:30 Wellsworth local arrived, then Diesel certainly could not see it. Right, he thought. Time to put a stop to this. And I mean, look, I didn't not like the taste of eggs, but all that property damage, oh man, I felt terrible. And they mixed badly with the ash, too. Enough! That's enough. Stop talking now. Thomas stopped starkly. For a moment, Diesel wondered if he knew what those words even meant. All right, geez. I don't know why you're staring up at my poster like that if you're not interested. Diesel scowled at the tank engine and belched that ghastly black-green smoke he always made when he was angry. Thomas was coated in black dust. He coughed helplessly. Rude! You're in a passenger station, you know. People wear suits here. But Diesel had already run around the train and begun dragging the empty coaches to the carriage shed, spinning his wheels rapidly. He couldn't get out of there fast enough. That night, Tidmouth Sheds was a full house. It was brimming with light and laughter. Thomas was still in town. He swaggered into the engine sheds, took a rather showboating spin on the classy wooden turntable which accented him brilliantly, and at last he settled in comfortably between Percy and Edward. "Oh, it's good to be home," said Percy with a cherub smile. "We're not home, we're visiting," corrected Thomas, but he did it politely. "Farquhar is home." "They're both home," insisted Percy. "And when we leave home and go back to home, I'm going to say the same thing to Toby." "I do wish he'd come by," said Edward gingerly. "He's more than welcome." Thomas just chuckled. "With all this noise? Nah, this isn't his scene. No way can I picture that old fuddy-duddy lasting 5 minutes. And then Thomas twitched as he was drowned out by Gordon's bellowing laughter from across the room. Truth be told, it's even a bit much for me. Edward just smiled encouragingly. He lowered his voice, and a once broad conversation narrowed to only include him and Thomas. Two old friends. The oldest friends. "Thank you for coming," he said earnestly. Branch line's slow this time of night," Thomas said aloofly, but his tone of voice wasn't fooling anyone. His involuntarily wholesome smile spoke volumes. "It's not often we get to do this these days," the older engine carried on dreamily. "It's the best part of my week." His eyes sparkled in a way that Thomas only ever saw on nights like these, in the company of those dearest to him. "It's not so bad," Thomas half agreed. "Gordon's more tolerable these days." But Thomas couldn't deny, it felt nice to have them all under one roof. It would be wildly impractical to do this every night. They did, after all have their own lives. But once in a while, it was quite pleasant. "I'm always surprised by how roomy this place is." Thomas looked around, trying not to seem too impressed. "Well, it is one of the only buildings on the railway you had no hand in," chuckled Edward. "Besides the ones I handled, of course." "I'm still sure I built more than you," he teased. Edward only tutted. Now, neither of us built anything, Thomas. We only delivered materials and men." "I'd say that counts as building," he declared with a smirk. "But this place, well, it's nice, but it's never been home." "Admittedly, it was a big change, going from that little 4-berth shed to a proper roundhouse. It'd throw anyone for a loop, especially considering you weren't here for the renovations." "Yeah, but that's not what I mean. I mean Tidmouth as a whole." Edward couldn't help but let a small sigh escape his cylinders. Tidmouth had been the headquarters of the North Western Railway since the 1920s, but Thomas still hadn't embraced it. He was stubborn that way. To be fair, he had never operated out of here like the rest of them had. He had lived in Vickerstown first, and then Wellsworth, and finally, and presently, Farquhar. It was strange. The most famous engine on the island, and the most famous station on the line, had absolutely nothing to do with each other. Edward didn't say that aloud, though, especially not the bit about the most famous engine. Perish the thought. Thomas's eyes worked their way around the room. There were far more engines here than just numbers 1 through 6. Others were peppered throughout, chattering happily. Emily stood regally beside Henry, explaining to him how to assert his dominance when the shunters at Barrow gave him grief. Murdoch stood alone. While the tracks to his left and right were occupied, he had backed all the way up to the buffers and gone to sleep early, though he didn't look like he was sleeping well. Derek and Boko were trying their best to explain multi-directionalism to Gordon, who, far short of understanding the concept, was still hung up on the word. It was a very lively house tonight. But Thomas couldn't help but notice an empty berth, to the left of Derek. He knew who should have been there. He raised the concern to the room. "Where's Diesel?" "Which one of them? There are a lot," asked James glibly. The sentence wasn't very tasteful, especially the pointed use of the term them. But considering that only a few years ago James had resented all Diesels, growing pains were to be expected. He was trying, that's all that mattered. "The one called Diesel, James," corrected Henry delicately.
"Oh, him. What, are we all afraid to say the devious out loud now?" lamented the red engine.
"James, we've been over this," Edward said, as gracefully as he could manage. "He'll never change if we keep calling him by that adjective."
"Perhaps," grumbled James, "but there's only so much you can ask of me."
"Is it a lot to ask, showing respect to your fellow engines?"
asked Gordon gravely.
"Of course not. Oh, don't get the wrong idea. I love Diesels." And he turned to the engines beside him. "Boko, you are superb."
"Thank you," said Boko in the stiffest possible voice. It was something. Not perfect by any means, but he was getting there.
"Diesel sleeps elsewhere,"
said Gordon plainly, steering the conversation firmly back on course.
"He doesn't like us."
"Shocker," said James, grinning widely. Nobody grinned back, so he pouted instead. "Does he?" Thomas made a serious face for a moment. "You're not making him sleep in a shack in the back, are you?" Gordon, Henry, and Edward specifically all cleared their throats at different volumes and stuttered awkwardly. Everybody else was utterly lost.
"That is no longer the policy for station pilots,"
Gordon said with difficulty. "It was never the policy. It was bullying, plain and simple. We left that sort of thing in Vickerstown." Percy piped up. "Well, then why did I have to sleep in a shack? Why, that was as recent as—" Gordon coughed loudly, but no soot came out.
"It's a thing of the past, and I am quite happy to put it behind us. For the record, Diesel sleeps in the goods yard,"
and he added with insistence,
"of his own volition."
"He's a loner," added Henry, and then urgently he added to that, "We've offered him a spot in here many times, but he's turned it down every time." "Huh," pondered Thomas, about to be convinced that this wasn't more big-engine chauvinism. "Well, that's good." A grave Western accent finished Thomas's sentence for him.
"That he's turned it down, I mean. We don't want him in here. He's a menace."
Several groans greeted this, from all corners of the shed. Even Edward gave one of his little sighs. "I don't much care for him either, Duck," admitted Boko. "He has no manners save for when he wants something. But your insistence that he's some mastermind, well,
"You're a loony!" James burst out with a cackle. "Diesel's behind everything, according to you. Stepney getting lost in the scrapyards. Devious Diesel. A mad boulder running loose in Scarlowy Quarry. Devious Diesel. The aquarium cars disappearing from our yard without a trace. Devious bloody Diesel."
To be fair, that last one was me, James. I hid them from you because you simply could not be trusted.
"You what?"
James's lip quivered miserably, and his eyes filled with longing.
"But they were so reflective."
"Exactly the problem,"
reiterated Duck. "They weren't much use to anyone anyway," said Henry, and he added mournfully, "Awfully cruel, too. We've done enough to sharks. Did you know that fishermen killed approximately more groaning arose from all corners of the shed? Enough about the bloody fish, Henry, yelled Thomas, with a volume that clearly indicated that this was the Green Engine's third or fourth offense. I hate fish. I hate just thinking about them.
Maybe Diesel does too, cried James, his voice radiating mockery. Maybe he's the one who's been killing all the sharks. There's another crazy theory for your conspiracy board, Duck.
All right, come off it, James, cut in Thomas. He may have his theories, but he's not that obsessed. No, actually, he's right. I do have one. And with a swift motion, Duck reversed to the wall, where a rather conspicuous corkboard hung from nails in the brick. It was covered in old photographs, ledgers, receipts, and crudely cut out photos of Devious Diesel from the television series. They were all connected in an indecipherable order with bright red string. Thomas was immediately filled with sympathy for his driver and fireman, who he had almost definitely compelled to put this thing together.
No,
said Gordon loudly and with zero ambiguity. I'll make it quick this time. I have gathered more evidence.
No,
Gordon repeated with feeling.
I am not sitting through your conspiracy theory again.
It is a little tired by this point, Duck, said Edward as gently as he could. We have all heard your reasoning already.
And yet none of you see it.
Duck gave a short squirt of defeated-looking steam.
I'm only looking out for all of your best interests. His very being here threatens us.
Oh, give it a rest, Duck, James said at a volume that suggested he was wearing humongous earmuffs. What? Do you just not like diesels or something? I mean, come on.
One look around the room told James all he needed to know, especially Boko and Derek's expressions.
I'll shut up now.
And rather impressively, he did. Duck harumphed in a tired, beaten sort of way.
You may all think me a fool, but that's fine.
Though his tone suggested it wasn't.
I'm keeping an eye on him for all of you, and when he strikes, I will be there to thwart him.
But this was only met with a dismissive chuckle from Thomas. There'll be nothing to thwart, Duck, he reassured, but Duck did not seem to be at all at ease. He's impolite and downright mean sometimes, but that's all he is. I mean, he helped on my branch line a while back. He was actually rather decent about it.
Yes,
Duck said, considering.
That was awfully strange behavior for him.
Or personal growth? Posited Edward, hopefully.
Humph.
And Duck redoubled.
No such thing for a textbook psychopath like Devious Diesel.
This time the groans were accompanied by tired, angry whistles. A few engines even blew down to underscore the point.
Right. I'll shut up then.
Welcome to the club,
sniffed James, which of course meant he wasn't part of the club anymore. Things wound down after that. Arguments had grown shorter at Tidmouth Sheds over the years. It seemed everyone had more or less learned where the dead ends in conversation were. Where once bitter arguments would carry on through the night and into the morning after, now the Fat Controller's engines almost always went to bed content, if not happy. All but Duck, of course, who seemed to be having rather wretched dreams. Thomas, who was always a restless sleeper, watched the Great Western engine. Though he didn't like admitting it, Duck was one of the most reasonable engines he knew. He never jumped to conclusions, and he was committed to having all the facts before he made any assertion. The fact that he had drawn such a stark line in the ballast over this one issue was so unlike him. Thomas had to wonder if he knew something the rest of them didn't. He had trained Diesel when he'd come to take over as station pilot, the first time. Or was it the second time? Both times, Thomas concluded. Firstly, when Diesel had arrived on trial. Duck had had every right to loathe him that time. He'd nearly ruined his reputation with his ceaseless lies and treachery. The second time was when Duck had been awarded his branch line. Somebody had needed to take over for him as station pilot, and unfortunately the only available somebody had been Devious Diesel. Duck spent a week showing him the ropes. It must have been an awkward week. Maybe worse than awkward. Since then, Diesel had been sent away and invited back a whopping 7 times, and each time Duck had had choice words for him. No doubt he had antagonized the diesel engine with all his lecturing. It always got ugly between those two. But surely Diesel couldn't be what had Duck said? Osteopath? A bully, perhaps, but the notion that Diesel had any sort of master plan seemed very silly indeed to Thomas. If only he knew what tomorrow had in store. At 4 a.m., the serene, early morning atmosphere of Tidmouth Yards was shaken by a little engine's distant panting. Before long, Percy was petering under the signal gantry and into the biggest yard on the island. He had slipped out after midnight to take his night train, and now he had returned, triumphant but exhausted. The pride on his face as he came to a halt on Platform 5 of the big station said it all. He parked his train and ran around it, shuffling slowly away to rest. A few minutes after Percy had gone, a black shape grew out of the shadows behind the mail cars. A shunter's pole rang out quietly, a coupling engaged, and the 3 vans slithered silently backward into the darkness. Percy was none the wiser. The little green engine made his way to the sheds. As he sleepily limped up to the huge silhouette of home, a familiar blue tank engine crept quietly through the doors, taking great care not to wake anyone. He had to get back to the branch line before work began. He had to laugh, seeing Percy's sleepless face. "Man, you've been through the ringer. You've got more bags under your eyes than in your cars." Percy just yawned. "Very funny." Thomas relented and asked genuinely, "How was the mail?" He smiled with what little energy he had left and spoke in a drowsy voice. "It was—" A yawn punctuated his sentence abruptly. "Splendid. We made great time. The coaches are on Platform 5 now. Bear will handle them later." But Thomas was perplexed. He could see the big station clearly from the sheds. There was no sign of the mail cars. Alarm bells went off in Thomas's head. He tried not to show it, but even in Percy's exhausted state, he could read his friend's face so clearly. "Is something wrong, Thomas?" he mumbled, followed by another yawn. So Thomas compensated with an even wider, more relaxed smile. No, not at all. Just, you should get some rest." "Ha!" yucked the little engine. "You're telling me." And he began to chuff toward the big engine sheds. But Thomas only stared at him, confused. He pulled forward over the points and gave Percy a bump, pressing lightly against him to stop him moving. Whoa, hold on, sleep roller. Where do you think you're going?" Percy yawned until his tired maw took up half his face. "To my berth." And he pushed on, but Thomas held back. The small engine bounced back and forth as his wheels spun, testing the springs in Thomas's buffers. "You live at Farquhar now, remember, buddy?" A flicker of realization came over Percy's face, and he said in a daze, "Oh, yeah, I forgot." He began to back up toward the yard, but he clanged against the points, which were now set for Henry, who would no doubt be awake any minute. Thomas watched as Percy's wheels kept spinning against the unyielding rail, his eyes now totally closed again. "On second thought, maybe you want to take a power nap here. I'm sure Toby can manage." Toby had grown to hate that particular sentence over the years, but he wasn't here to complain, so both engines agreed. Thomas clattered dapperly over the crossover and held the points open in a gentlemanly fashion. Percy slugged past him, giving him the quietest, most breathless peep imaginable, and fell asleep on an entry line before he got anywhere near the turntable. He was clear of the doors, though, so Thomas left him in peace. "Percy really is strong-willed," he thought to himself with respect. That, coming from Thomas, was the highest praise one could receive. His next thought was much more grave. Now to find those mail cars. Thomas had not suspected foul play at all. More likely, he figured Percy had been so tired that he'd left them in the wrong place. He was in for a shock. Thomas crept up to the great station, whose presence was even more imposing at late hours with no one around. The structure was like a sleeping giant, sprawled out in the middle of Tidmouth town, taking up as much space as the surrounding terrace houses and offices would allow it. But its snoring was anything but giant. A low-frequency buzz from the electric lights that swung from the supporting gantries every few feet. The ones that hung above Platform 5 laid bare the truth. The mail cars really weren't there. Thomas chewed on the problem for a minute. It wasn't unheard of for Percy to leave the cars at the wrong platform, but to miss the station altogether, something wasn't adding up. It was at that moment that Thomas heard a commotion in the goods yard. This was strange because Henry's vans were all shunted to the quay the evening before and loaded overnight. Nobody should have been moving over there. But somebody was. Thomas, eternally ignorant of what had happened to the cat, rolled toward the dockside to indulge his curiosity. The sun had risen just enough that the whole yard was colored a dark purple. The cranes swung back and forth, contrasted against the brightening horizon, meaning the docks were already hard at work. It would have been peaceful if not for two things: the wretched smell of fish and the impending threat of a trespasser. All things considered, Thomas was still much more threatened by the former. The harbor had many different lines sprawling to various offloading sidings. Some ran underneath cranes, some split off to specific industries or warehouses. All of them were laid into the concrete, giving the damp ground a glossy sheen as purple as the atmosphere was. Occasionally, Thomas could catch his reflection in a puddle where the pavement wasn't totally even. Whether it was rainwater or salt water, he couldn't be sure. The yards were expansive, but the most important part of Tidmouth Harbor was the jetties. These were truly monumental structures, stretching a mile out to sea and all made of concrete, lined with worn-down timbers around the edges. There were two of these, each with several tracks for loading and storing different kinds of cargo. But the one that interested Thomas was the northern one, where Henry's fish train stood in wait for its engine. That is, until it moved. With a subtle biff, it rolled forward a few feet. Someone had shunted the back of it. There was only one engine it could be. Perhaps he had forgotten to add some vans? No, thought Thomas. Diesel never forgets anything. He picked up the pace, whooshing past van after van, roaring through the great big warehouse owned by the Sodor Shipping Company, and skidding to a halt on the other side. Aha! Diesel nearly backed through the buffers and into the ocean with surprise. A visit from the tank engine had not been part of his plan, clearly. Thomas saw what the Diesel had shunted onto the back of the train. All three of Percy's precious mail cars, and all the important parcels they contained. Diesel, what are you doing with those? Diesel employed his best poker face. His buffers were still pressed against the rearmost mail car. This did not look good. So he thought up a lie, and he thought it up quick.
Last-minute change to the schedule. The mainline mail to London has been cancelled today, so Henry will take what he can to Manchester.
Funny, said Thomas, with no hint of humor in his voice. Percy didn't mention a thing about that. Drat, thought the Diesel to himself. He should have taken the squeaker into account. This was quickly becoming a scene. Give me those! Now! His voice was as unyielding as the steel he was made from.
I've told you they've been reallocated. Ask Sir Topham Hatt when he comes in. He'll confirm what I've said.
The train will be long gone by then.
Well then, smirked Diesel. I suppose you'll just have to take me at my word.
As if, Thomas grimaced, and implored him again. Hand them over.
If I do, I'll be in hot water with Sir Topham Hatt, and so will you, you know.
I'll gladly take that risk, the tank engine said boldly. This train is Percy's pride and joy. He doesn't have as many important jobs as I do. This is his only one. I'll be damned if I let you lose it. Diesel felt insulted.
I have never lost anything. If something goes missing, it is because I will it to.
So you admit it?
I said if. I was being hypothetical.
I don't know what that means, shouted the tank engine, and he called back to his crew. Marcel, throw the points. We're doing this the hard way. Marcel, who was equal parts lucky and unfortunate to be Thomas the tank engine's stoker, shot a look at the driver. He's not suggesting we pull the Diesel off, is he, Maxine? Maxine just clapped a hand on her fireman's shoulder and said, You've been at this too long to have any doubts, Marcy. And she split into a wicked grin. Change the points. And she swung Thomas's brakes off again with feeling. Diesel began to panic.
You're not honestly going to try this. It's far beyond the boundaries of railway protocol.
But Thomas just smirked as he swerved over the sharp points. The driver threw him in reverse. Shunting the shunter, you mean? I think there's a subsection about it somewhere in the rulebook. And he flew into Diesel with a bang. They were back to back now. Thomas couldn't see the front of the train, but he imagined it had jerked forward by yards this time and not only feet. Marcel, who was still on the concrete, found a shunter's pole. They looked at the metal tool in their hands and then to the couplings between the two engines. They sighed with regret and reached out to connect them. Thomas clasped onto Devious Diesel with a resounding clank.
Get your couplings off me, you bright blue nuisance, he snapped. I'm doing important work here.
It's never a good sign when you say that, Thomas recalled, and then he heaved forward, dragging Diesel and the train toward the buffers with all his might. "Settle down, Maxine," called Marcel from ground level. "I haven't uncoupled Diesel yet." "It wasn't me, it was Thomas." "Was not," put in the engine. To be fair, the difference was often hard to ascertain with Thomas. Marcel hurried to Diesel's front. Diesel spewed gray smoke in their direction, and the smoke screen nearly blinded them.
Back off, you pest! I shan't surrender these cars.
Marcel ignored the vain engine trying to give them orders, and burrowed headlong through the foul air and out the other side. Their vision cleared up just in time to dodge a near-fatal blow from yet another shunter's pole. Marcel dashed backward just in time to save their skull. One look at the offender's oil-stained overalls and Sodor Diesel Works themed undershirt told them this was the man who'd driven Devious Diesel out onto the Tidmouth jetty. But it wasn't Diesel's typical driver. Marcel countered the next blow with their own shunter's pole. They had both chosen the same weapon, though Marcel hadn't picked it with that use in mind. Another ill-placed swing brought the man flying past Marcel, veering so close that they could smell his breath. Strangely minty for a crook, though it didn't set them at ease. Meanwhile, Maxine slid down Thomas's cab railing like a pair of firehouse poles and planted herself firmly on the concrete, taking off running in the direction of the scuffle. Several more clashes of metal rang out before finally Marcel got in one good swing and their adversary's weapon was hooked loose of their hands and thrown clean into the sea. The crook, suddenly losing all confidence without a lump of steel to wield, skittered away with haste. He swung the door open on one of the mail cars and clambered inside, banging it behind him. "Atta Marcy!" called Thomas. He couldn't see a thing facing the direction he was, but the pole soaring past his smokebox and into the ocean had been a pretty good indication that his firemen had won the fight. But Marcel felt guilty. Tidmouth dock workers were always complaining about how hard it was to find a pole. Now they'd have to grumble just a little bit more. Maxine reached Marcel just as the crook had made his escape. Relief flooded her senses at seeing her friend was all right, and after that she was overcome by pride. "Nice job, Marcy!" and she nudged their elbow encouragingly. "You really held your own. Where'd you learn to fight like that, eh?" "Well, not martial arts class, that's for sure," was all the history that they would surrender. Thomas's crew returned to his cab, but to Marcel's surprise, they weren't seeking shelter. The driver shut off steam entirely. "Come on," gestured the driver. "Let's finish this." And she mounted the engine steps again. But Marcel was more cautious and made it abundantly clear. "Well, they could be an escaped felon." Marcel quivered at their next frightening hypothetical. "Or some sort of terrorist." Maxine returned to the footplate and put both hands on her fireman's shoulders. They were strong, and with some effort she managed to steady their nervous rocking. "That's all the more reason we have to stop the bastard. Who knows what he's up to?" But all the same, she took note of Marcel's shivering. "I'll go alone, if you want to stay here and watch the engines." But Marcel cut that idea down at once. "No way. I'd rather call the cops, but if you insist on taking this person on yourself, then I've got your back." Maxine gave them a firm, grateful nod. Her smile brought the crow's feet out around her eyes. Marcel wondered if Maxine was getting too old for this kind of excitement. But if she was, she certainly wasn't willing to admit it. So they both leapt down from the cab to catch the crook themselves. Thomas the Tank Engine, it seemed, always attracted the most interesting people to his footplate. Maxine was one of those people. She was a sturdily built woman who took little care to keep her work clothes clean. Her hair was buzzed short and grew wild and spiny at the top. Stripes of vibrant blue streaked across her head in random places, and there were also trace signs of a yellow dye, which hadn't worked out so well and had yet to be washed out. She was pushing 50 now, but her youthful spirit was alive and well. She'd been an activist for civil rights in the 60s, and steam preservation, of course, if you couldn't guess that, and she hadn't lost that rebellious spirit. She wore an old leather racing hood with goggles built in. It was down around her neck right now, as it was most days on the branch line. But when Thomas and his crew got the chance to coast along the main line, Maxine would pull the hood over her head and look into the wind as they flew down Gordon's Hill at 70 miles an hour. She had used to race rally cars, you see, but the thrill became too lackluster. So she went to drive Thomas the Tank Engine instead. Now, her life was never boring. On the other hand, or perhaps other side of the cab, Thomas's stoker Marcel was quite mild-mannered. They were not a thrill-seeker in the slightest. They had been an accountant before taking this job. It had been a rather miserable experience. They were brilliant with numbers and had their thumb on the company's pulse, but office life was becoming soul-crushing. The final nail in the coffin was when management changed, and upon discovering that Marcel did not fancy himself male or female, the new CEO sniffed in disapproval and insisted on picking a gender for them anyway. The day that Marcel quit was the same day that the fat controller had come in to renegotiate some accounts. Those negotiations never took place. They had run into each other just outside the office. The fat controller took an immediate liking to the accountant, who had apologized profusely and needlessly for bumping into him. Noticing the tired, unsure look on their face, Sir Charles could not help but inquire. Regrettably for Marcel, the truth came spilling out in a warbly, unsteady tone, with more than a few tears. Sir Charles had listened intently to it all. He was late for his meeting at that point, but it didn't make a lick of difference. He had just made 2 decisions on the spot. Firstly, he had ended all dealings with the firm, intent on finding a better company to do business with. Secondly, he had offered Marcel a job.
I'm an accountant, sir. I know very little about locomotives.
You said you were interested in a change. Well, here it is.
Marcel shuffled their feet back and forth, mulling over the enormous opportunity. It did sound thrilling. They just weren't sure they were equal to it.
I don't know that I have the strength of character to work for your railway, sir. Aren't the engines rather lively?
Oh, very. But you've been through quite an ordeal here from the sound of it. I promise you, my railway will be easier than spending 10 years in this place.
Marcel thought about it. They had a feeling that might actually be true.
Besides,
And Charles came closer, saying the next bit with more gravity,
I need someone with a level head for this job. I've already hired a driver, and she's exceptional, but she, encourages the engine more than I would like. I need someone to balance them out. Someone with a steady head.
Marcel pointed to themselves with a shaky hand. Their mouth formed into a perfect O. They almost couldn't believe it was them the fat controller was talking about. They only nodded. Well then, there was only one more question to be asked.
Which engine would it be, sir?
Ah, yes.
He seemed to hesitate, worried that this might blow the whole ordeal.
Please don't turn and run.
Oh no, who could it be? Some nefarious diesel in Vickerstown? One of the highly strung tender engines at Tidmouth? Their blood froze in their veins when another thought occurred to them. Surely, Sir Charles wouldn't make them the driver of Diesel 10. But the answer utterly shocked them.
Thomas the Tank Engine. He needs someone new to tend his fire. That, I hope, will be you, my friend.
Sir? Of course, sir. Why would I ever say no to that?
Climbing into a mail car from pavement level, swinging one leg onto the floor while Maxine dragged them up into a van which might just contain a wanted criminal, Marcel was starting to understand the perils of driving the number 1 blue engine that might have turned others away. But even with their heart drumming in their chest and their mind racing with horrifying outcomes to this whole endeavor, there was still no other engine in the world that they would rather crew, and no other driver they'd follow into service. Or to battle, as it now seemed. The car was dark. Both driver and stoker made slow, silent movements along the corridor. The walls were packed with small cubbies for sorting letters and parcels. Every now and then, a big bag of mail threatened to trip the duo, letters that were meant to be sorted on the journey. How confused the sorters back at Tidmouth Station must be right now, that their train had up and disappeared. Maxine kicked a bag aside.
Maxine, careful, insisted Marcel. This is people's mail we're dealing with. There are checks in there, court summons.
Maxine nodded and tried to be more delicate. This was not the environment to be careless. Just then, the crazed diesel driver hopped out from a large cabinet and descended on Maxine. He slammed her over the head with a big flat parcel. When her head tore through the middle of it and out the other side, it was obvious it was some sort of painting. It hung around her neck like a poncho. She stumbled to the floor. "You creep!" she screamed, and hurled any small box she could find on the floor at him. Most of them were stamped with the word fragile in red ink. With a defeated shrug, Marcel picked up the heftiest mailbag they could find by the drawstrings and hurled it around in circles like they were shot putting at the Olympic Games. It caught the mad engine man in the chest and he went down with a thud, landing flat in a pile of postcards. Maxine wasted no time leaping on top of him and pinning him to the ground. "What the hell are you doing with these cars?" she shouted at him. "Answer me, man!" He stuttered timidly, his wild eyes flickering. The revolution! We have to continue the revolution!" "He's speaking gibberish," Maxine called back to her stoker, without taking her eyes off the man. "What revolution?" The triumph of diesel over steam. The modernization of British rail." And he jerked upward, but Maxine forced him back down. "What do you care? You're a loco man, not a bureaucrat." And she shook her head. It sounded like something an engine might say. It smacked of childlike simplicity. "And you're a bit late, pal. That fight's already been fought and won." No! The man stammered, clearly disturbed. "He says there's more work to do. We must complete the transformation. He told me." "Who is he?" wondered Marcel, keeping their fists up in apprehension. The engine man gulped and wheezed a shaky response out of his dry throat. "The diesel." That was the last thing either driver or fireman had expected to hear. They both looked at each other in bemusement. They couldn't believe their ears. "You're blaming your engine," Maxine mused. That moment's distraction was enough to give the diesel man the edge. He flung Maxine off of him and she tumbled down to the floor, only coming to a stop when she swung her fist out like a brake and skidded to a stop on the cold wood floor. "Maxine, are you all right?" called Marcel, petrified. But Maxine didn't respond right away, no breath left in her lungs. Marcel was filled with a rare fury. The crazed diesel man surged toward them, but a swift left hook brought him down. Marcel followed suit, forcing his arms to the floor, but then he overpowered them and they twisted and twirled across the floor in a sea of post. They only came to a stop when they slammed up against the wall. They were going to hurt all over next morning. That much was certain. The lunatic had ended up on top, and it took all of Marcel's strength to keep him at bay. Maxine was coming to her feet across the car and limping toward them with a vengeance. But Marcel wouldn't need the assist. Using both feet, they hurled the driver across the car, slamming him into another set of cubbies. The wooden boxes collapsed to the ground on top of him, burying him in letters. He was subdued at last. Maxine held out her hand and pulled her fireman upright. A few bones creaked for both of them, as both driver and stoker found their feet. Both Marcel and Maxine, with their jackets ripped and their trousers frayed, smeared with ink and covered in paper cuts, stood drowsily at the end of the car. The room was a travesty. If Percy could see it now, he would have burst into tears. They would set it all right in time, but first they had to get home. And even before that, they had to deal with this agent of espionage. "Grab an arm," said Maxine, a little too calmly. "What are we going to do with him?" Marcel piped up. Maxine just grinned. "I think this rascal needs to be sorted. What do you think, Marcy? Naughty or nice?" Marcel scooped the unconscious scoundrel up by the other shoulder, and together they both heaved him into the mail car's sorting room and locked him inside. "Let's go tell the station master, so he can..." But the train jerked, and both driver and fireman stumbled. Marcel nearly hit the floor, but Maxine hooked their arm and kept them upright. They were moving now. The howling sound of Henry's whistle sealed their fate. "We have to get back to our engine! We're still coupled on!" Marcel cried, frantically but logically, and reached for the door. But Maxine just threw her arm in front of them, and they ran into it with a wind-stealing thump. The driver shook her head gravely, and Marcel understood. Maxine may have been daring when it suited her, but she knew the difference between a risk and a death wish. "It's too late. The train will only pick up speed from here." "But we've got to warn Henry's crew. Is there a phone in here? A radio?" And they searched around hastily. "Do I need to remind you what year these cars were built?" Maxine pointed out. "And by which railway?" One that hadn't existed for 70 years, was the unfortunate answer. There's got to be some way to contact them, insisted Marcel.
Send a letter, Maxine joked. But it wasn't unthinkable. A well-aimed paper airplane might actually work if they had been shooting for the brake van and not the engine. Crazier forms of communication had been tried. The lunchbox method was tried and true among engine men. But of course, they were at the tail end of the train. A train with no brake van. On top of that being dangerous in and of itself, it also meant that there were only 2 people on this whole train who could stop it, and there was no way to contact either of them. They would just have to wait it out. So Maxine pulled up a sorting bench and took a seat. Marcel, reluctantly and with much anxiety, dropped to the floor, folded their knees to their chest, and counted the minutes. Meanwhile, the 2 engines hooked to the back of the train were frantic. "Henry!" called Thomas at the top of his tubes. "Stop! We're still coupled on!"
How can he not tell? Diesel was in awe. He looked like he was running calculations in his head.
"Because he's one of our strongest, Diesel. He's handled trains twice this size without breaking a sweat."
He's a mongrel, a half-baked butcher's job.
Thomas fumed at these insults. It's not like he hadn't heard them before. He had underestimated Henry once upon a time himself. They all had.
But he knew better now, and saw to it that Diesel was educated.
"Is that what you think? Well, this mongrel is about to pull us halfway across England without even feeling it. So rattle your rods and bang your bonnet and maybe he'll hear us back here." Thomas tried to whistle, but he couldn't without Maxine there to pull the cord. His panicked shouts did nothing. Henry thundered on.
The wind hurtled past both of them.
Thomas could only see a faint sliver of Henry's large tender at the head of the train. At last, both engines accepted that there was no chance of getting his attention. They tried to get comfortable, but their tiny wheels spinning at a speed neither engine was ever designed for was most unpleasant. This was going to be a very long ride. The journey had been frightening to both engines at first, but an hour in it was more boring than anything. Thomas, as creative as he was, had found a way of combating this. "I spy with my little eye something daft," Diesel gritted, his teeth fused together in disdain.
Because that's what each one of these has been. Daft.
"Oh, come on, why don't you just play along? It'll be less boring that way."
I don't get bored.
"Oh, you must get bored."
I don't seek stimulation like you overeager Steve engines. I just use my downtime to renew myself and to develop strategies. Diesels do not feel boredom.
Daisy would disagree with you. She's desperate for He cut his losses. She likes when things happen. She likes when things happen, particularly when passengers pay attention to her.
Your point?
Well, there are at least some diesels that get bored.
Then they're defective.
Not a hint of irony or doubt in his voice. His worldview must have seemed so concrete to him. The journey continued in awkward silence. Every time Thomas came back to the mainland, which wasn't very often, he was struck by how enormous everything was. It made his little island feel quaint, and to be frank, he felt a little emasculated. Gordon always boasted that everything was bigger and grander in England proper. As he put it, every station was a terminus, and every railway line rode on a viaduct, high above the towns they served, so everyone could see the trains. Now Thomas knew that was absurd. He had lived in England a long time ago, and he could confirm that not everything was on a viaduct. And yet, as they coasted through the city, 50 feet above street level on one of the longest, widest, grandest viaducts Thomas had ever ridden atop, he had to at least second guess if Gordon was right. At least in Manchester, everything was on a viaduct, and it was undeniably impressive. They soared past what must have been the big railway station, with 4 huge glass canopies of various sizes. It was light enough now that Thomas could see the morning passenger trains finding their platforms. They were all in such modern colors, and the coaches looked almost futuristic compared to what Sodor was still using. All of these trains were headed by diesels, of course. Thomas liked diesels, despite Devious Diesel giving them such a rotten name. It had never really mattered to him that they were big and boxy or ran on oil instead of coal. It was all pretty trivial to him.
He felt the urge to say hello, but he had to remind himself. This was the mainland. Things were different here. He hadn't been here since the 50s. Steam engines were still allowed here back then. Thomas shuddered. He wasn't allowed here. It was very lucky for both engines that Thomas's driver had left his brakes off for a quick getaway, and Diesel's driver had been so thoughtless that he hadn't even bothered to put them on in the first place. Thanks to these two facts, both engines still had round wheels by the time they reached Manchester. Both engines were grateful when the train finally pulled into the goods yard, which, shockingly, was not on top of a viaduct. They were in dire need of a rest. Thomas's driver and fireman, on the other hand, were very well rested indeed. Maxine lay slumped clumsily over a large parcel, and Marcel was nestled comfortably in a pile of mailbags. They both jolted awake when Henry stopped the train. Maxine scratched her head, and then looked at her watch with sleepy eyes. Well, would you look at that? 8 o'clock. It's like when a normal person starts work. Marcel leaped up immediately and dusted themselves off, shaking stamps and sleep from their body as they did so. How long were we out? Seems like just enough, Maxine said coolly. Now, I've got a story to tell the fellows up front. But Marcel thumbed back to the locked sorting room. What about our, prisoner? But the prisoner answered that question for them when they heard an unmistakable slide and thump. Then something thudded into the ballast outside. Are there windows in there? Asked Maxine in panic. There were, and now that they were halted, the maniacal engine man had seized his opportunity. Before Thomas's crew could do anything, he had run along the train and heaved the couplings apart, freeing up the 3 mail vans. Then he dashed back to his diesel, hopped in, and started the engine. A touch on the starter, and he was hurling the coaches backwards. Marcel and Maxine had just managed to pry the door open when the train lurched. They were in the middle of disembarking and were nearly thrown clear of the vehicle. Thankfully, both were thrown back inside the train. Maxine hollered from the floor of the mail car, enraged. He's insane! He could have killed us! That, of course, just lit a fire under her ass. She leaped down for the moving vehicle and just barely managed to outrun the Diesel, an embarrassing commentary on his top speed. Thomas, Diesel, and the mail train were pulling further and further away from the rest of the train. Maxine just barely reached her engine in time, scaled the steps in one fluid, determined motion. Marcel was not far behind, though considerably less athletic in their movements. So Thomas's driver and fireman stumbled into his cab. There was no way in hell that they could get steam up in time, but the brakes still worked. Screech! Thomas's wheels yelled out as Diesel pushed back against him with all his might. Whereas before he'd been gaining yards every second, now he was only gaining inches.
Let me go. I've got to get these vans clear of the yard before...
But the powerful whistle of a Black 5, or something vaguely resembling one, cut them both off. Henry had decoupled from the train and was now approaching both of them on his way to the sheds. Thomas grew hopeful. Henry, help me! This maniac is... But Diesel banged him hard.
Silence! This operation has been in motion for months. I will not allow you to jeopardize it.
And his wheels kept spinning fiercely. It was then that Thomas had a devilish and very clever idea. Oh, driver, would you let the brake off, please? What? She was aghast. Just do it, insisted Thomas, and do it fast! So she swung the lever with all the force of a Major League Baseball player, and Thomas's wheels went from lock to free in a split second. All of Diesel's wasted effort was suddenly put to use in breaking the mail car's coupling. Aye! He cried effeminately as the chain link disintegrated, and he and Thomas flew backwards, leaving the cars far behind. They flew around the bend and sped towards a locked goods shed. Diesel's driver saw the oncoming building and panicked. Diesel's door flew open, and the oily engine operator barreled out the side of the cab, rolling to a stop in the dirt. With one guilty look back at his engine, he made a break for it, scurrying away into the town. Coward! Cried Diesel in outrage, and the two engines blasted through a sheet metal door, burying themselves in the once locked goods shed. The padlock had stood no chance.
Oh dear,
murmured Henry as he approached. He was about to peer around the corner to see what had happened, when he came across the unexpected rolling stock.
Percy's mail? Did I bring this?
He rolled his eyes. What a stupid question. How else would it have gotten here?
Oh my goodness, what a mix-up. I'd better take these back.
Though he was discouraged when he saw the state of the buffer beam.
The coupling's been torn straight out.
And then he chuckled to himself, remembering,
To be young again. No matter. I'll just use my end.
And that's exactly what he did. Hitching his own chain link onto the 3 vans and hauling them to the other side of the yard, marshalling them in with his return goods. He did not hear Diesel's desperate whimpers from the darkness of the shed under his crumpled aluminum blanket.
No, no, no.
It was half tears and half spite.
I was so close. And you infernal blue kettle, you've ruined it all.
But then, to Diesel's amazement, steam erupted from behind him, whooshing past his access panels and blowing out the front of the shed. He then began to grind forward slowly. The ruined door that lay atop his bonnet kept most of his black paint for itself. Thomas practically tossed Diesel out into the open and wheeshed him with hot steam again. Thomas's crew had not abandoned him like Diesel's had. Throughout all the commotion, Marcel had been hard at work building the fire. Yes, once upon a time, they may have been an accountant, but now that they'd been at this fireman thing for a few years, they were the best in the business. After all, the Fat Controller would have selected nobody lesser to steam his #1 engine. "I've ruined it all," Thomas responded at last, almost chuckling at Diesel's audacity. "I think I've stopped you from ruining it all. Just what did you intend to do with all those mail cars anyway?"
You wouldn't understand it if I told you,
the Diesel sniffed.
It's beyond your comprehension.
Thomas just scoffed at the pretentious comment. There's nothing new from this guy. "Well, it's been foiled now, whatever your plan was. Now, we'd better catch Henry before he..." But at that moment, the mighty whistle sounded again, and this time it was followed up by the thunderous rhapsody of 2 great Stanier cylinders shifting 1,000 tons at once. There was no catching him, though it didn't stop Thomas trying. "We'll be stranded! Move, Diesel!" Diesel didn't bother. He sat perfectly still, mourning his perfect plan, whatever it had been.
It's no use, tank engine. He'll be gone before you reach the mouth of the yard.
"How do you know?" questioned Thomas, wheels still spinning furiously.
It's 1,300 meters to the signal gantry, taking into account both of our top speeds and the momentum that the mongrel has already picked up. We have exactly 11 seconds to reach him and get his attention. The fastest we can manage is 2 minutes.
"How did you..."
And 31 seconds.
Thomas just blinked. He stopped spinning his wheels. He couldn't believe that all those numbers really meant something, and Diesel had to be blowing smoke. But he spoke with such conviction. Could he really calculate such things?
Yes,
he startled Thomas, responding to a question he hadn't asked aloud.
I am exceptional in mathematics.
So he claims, thought Thomas. "So you claim," said Thomas. For you see, Thomas keeps few opinions to himself. "So we're stranded then?"
Yes,
said Diesel, seriously considering the situation for the first time.
With no permission to be here and no allies nearby. That is a problem.
He narrowed his eyes, thinking intently. And then he added,
"For you."
"Why me? We're both trespassing on BR."
"Hardly,"
scoffed Diesel.
"I have worked these rails for years. I may currently be a resident of Tidmouth, but I will always be welcome here on BR. But you..."
And his mouth twisted into a sneer that Thomas couldn't see being behind him.
"They'll eat you alive."
Thomas's boiler ran cold. Imminent danger never seemed to register to him as quickly as it did to other engines. It's why he was covered in spot welds and 7 different shades of touch-up paint. He recalled the dark stories his friend, perhaps more aptly frenemy, Stepney had first told him about the other railway, and what a terrible place it was to be a steam engine, and the many, many horrible stories he had heard in the years that followed. All engines like him had been cut into pieces and smelted down 2 decades ago. Since then, barring a few small pockets of sanctuary scattered across the country, this entire railway had been unfriendly to steam engines. And that was putting it lightly. He imagined how they'd rejoice in capturing the poster boy for steam. What a victory that would be for the scrap merchants. "You're right," he agreed gravely. "I can't let myself be seen." They'll take me away for sure. And nobody even knows where I am.
Indeed.
A thoughtful silence followed this, and then,
However, if I escort you home, you may live to see your precious Farquhar again.
Thomas's jaw dropped. All the sand fell out of his boxes. His fireman threw down the shovel in frustration and marched into the yard for more. You would do that for me? Seriously?
Why so surprised? Do you think that little of me?
Well, yeah. Perhaps it's more apt to say Thomas keeps no opinion to himself. You've never done anything for me.
I helped you up the hill that one time, didn't I? When I visited your branch?
Yeah, I guess you did. Thomas recalled the memory. It was a strange few weeks having Diesel on the Farquhar roster. It almost hadn't felt real.
Then you know I'm capable of generosity. I may not like you, but my work is not done on Sodor.
Oh, wow. Well, that doesn't sound ominous at all. I totally want to invite you back.
You don't have a choice. Neither do I. If I returned without you, the Fat Controller would never forgive me.
You think he wants you back after this mail car fiasco?
Oh, certainly not.
Agreed Diesel.
Which is why, in exchange for my assistance, you are not going to tell him.
Thomas sighed heavily. That was a tall ask, but it didn't look like he had many options. So he would cross that bridge after he had crossed the Vickerstown Bridge. Fine, you got a deal.
Good,
said Diesel, almost sounding a bit relieved.
Then we make for Southampton.
Thomas's jaw dropped again. Marcel, who was a fast learner, plugged his sandpipes until he was done being surprised. Have you ever seen a map? Asked the flabbergasted tank engine. Or the name of our railway, for that matter. Diesel took great offense.
I have not just seen the map, I have memorized it, and that is how I know that the best route home is not by rail. It is by sea.
Oh no. Thomas shut his eyes and groaned loud and long. I hate boats. I hate them.
Your branch line ends in a harbor.
Well, yeah, but I never go down there. Percy and I made a deal about that a long time ago. Me and water just don't mix.
Care to elaborate?
No, actually, declared Thomas firmly. Unpleasant memories. And he heaved another sigh. Besides, Southampton is a dead end. It's where all my siblings ended up. I'd rather not get stuck there myself. Diesel raised a tired eyebrow.
If you stop being so fickle about boats, you won't.
Thomas just warmed the ballast below him with another annoyed puff of steam. His options were slim. Fine. If it's the fastest way home, I suppose I'll entertain it. But Diesel corrected him.
Oh no, it's not the fastest, but it will be the safest.
Thomas considered this. It made less sense the more he thought about it. But we're so much closer to Sodor than Southampton. We're going to be on the rails longer than if we just headed home.
You don't know the regions like I do, Thomas. Yes, it's only a few hours home. But those hours are treacherous. Some of the most vicious diesels in England inhabit the Northwest. You are very lucky that we made the whole trip before daybreak.
I guess that makes sense. Thomas's mind still wouldn't let him accept it, though. But still, it's going to be such a long trip.
And I know all the back roads. It will take a few days, but we'll get there unscathed.
Thomas was still deeply skeptical, but as unreliable as Diesel was, he was his only ally, which really did lay bare the severity of the situation. Do you really think we could sneak across the whole country? Well, they'll need to make arrangements for us. Diesel sighed. This was the only part of the plan he regretted.
Indeed. It won't be seamless. The schedule will suffer greatly. The entire network will experience major delays.
Thomas just scoffed. Oh, okay, so like normal then. Diesel hit him in the smoke box with a jet of angry black smog.
We do our best,
he said defensively. Even so, Thomas didn't regret the remark one bit. Fine. I guess I've got no choice. So, where's the first leg of our journey taking us? Diesel smiled vainly.
Why, the finest works in the world, of course.
And he said nothing more than that, as if it were obvious. If Gordon, Henry, or Duck were here, they'd all be shouting different names.
So, stupid question. Maxine giggled with embarrassment. Do you know how to drive a diesel engine? They were in a rather awkward position now. Diesel's driver was long gone, probably taking up a new identity somewhere in Manchester, but considering the man had been trying to kill them with a shunter's pole earlier that morning, they didn't exactly miss him either. Marcel shook their head. Not a clue. Why, it's easy, declared an oily voice. Just a bit of oil and a touch on the starter. I'll even walk you through it. So, reluctantly, Marcel reached out toward the diesel engine's cab. The door seemed almost to fly open invitingly. Both driver and stoker were startled. Marcel had only touched it. Come in, please. And his face stretched into that nauseating grin. Travel in modern comfort. I'm temperature controlled. Thomas got wise to what was going on and was furious. Are you trying to steal my crew? He fumed frantically. You conniving, oily down boy. Maxine cut him off and held her hand out to temper him. We'd never dream of trading you for anyone. Thomas knew that, of course, but it was still insulting that Diesel would try to tempt them, and temptation was the word. He oozed poison charisma from every vent. I've got the whole route planned out. Follow my instructions, and this whole journey will be completed swiftly and efficiently. And he grinned self-assuredly. Driver and fireman looked at each other with trepidation. There was something off about the way he was talking to them. He wasn't really talking like an engine. Marcel pulled Maxine aside, and they spoke in hushed tones. Can we talk for a moment about the fact that this is a locomotive we're taking advice from? Maxine scratched her head. Well, Thomas gives us advice all the time, Marcy. And she winked, as all Sudrians do when they talk about the whims of their engines. But Marcel was not reassured. I mean, yeah, like, he'll drag us downhill, or he'll refuse to start sharply if he thinks there's danger ahead. They caught their breath, clearly unsettled. But he doesn't give us instructions. He doesn't make route plans. Maxine also looked uncomfortable, but she was doing her best to construct an explanation. She fell back on her heritage, of course. You're a Sudrian just as I am. You must believe that engines have a life all their own, eh? Of course I do, but not the same sort of life as you and me, you know? Not... And she really whispered this part because it was crazy and because she didn't want the diesel engine to hear her. Intelligent life. I will now take a moment to remind you that Thomas is a tank engine. He's not a man. He's not even a boy. He's a tank engine. And only that. Now, I assure you, he is the liveliest tank engine you will ever meet. He's rambunctious, he's unpredictable, and he never gives up. But he is still just a tank engine. He does have wants, needs, and preferences, as any machine does. A car needs oil and wants smooth roads, and Thomas is much like that. But he doesn't have thoughts, at least none that he can speak aloud. That, dear audience, is what you need me for. I'm trying my best to translate. He doesn't really talk, even though he has a lot to say. My visits to Sodor are lovely, but they are no cartoon. Thomas is merely a tank engine. Which is why it should alarm you greatly that on this cloudy day in 1988, in the middle of Manchester yards, this 08 shunter, a machine designed and built by people to pull carriages and goods stock, was making travel plans and providing geographical knowledge. He wasn't making suggestions. He wasn't influencing his crew with his movements or his strength or his slowly depleting gas tank. He spoke to them in plain English and told them where to go. This should scare you, because it scares me, and it happened 40 years ago. That, my friends, is why Marcel and Maxine were so pale.
They looked back toward the engines. For a moment, their Thomas, beloved and cherished as he was, had nothing more than a big black door where that famous mug of his usually was. And they didn't so much as shrug. It wasn't how they thought of him, but it was true. He had the decency to lose the face when they were shoveling ash out of his smoke box, at least. It was the nature of these things. But Diesel did not have a grill. Diesel had a face. And it wouldn't go away. He sneered at them. "That thing is evil," whispered Marcel, under their breath. They blinked, and the face was gone at last. Both engines were just engines, albeit very special ones. Reality was restored to normal. Perhaps the mainlanders were right. Perhaps Sudrians really were crazy. I don't know what conclusion the driver and fireman came to that day. Perhaps they concluded that it was exhaustion talking and they were simply a little delirious. Perhaps they convinced themselves that Diesel's plan was their own and it was merely of subconscious origin. But either way, they decided that heading for Southampton was the thing to do. Manipulating trucks. Now that was easy. That's what shunters are meant to do. Manipulating people. Now that is impressive. Diesel was pleased. I'm sure you have questions. So do I. Agreeing on a travel plan was only half the battle. Now they had to navigate the British rail network all the way to Southampton, without official permission. This was a major infraction. Both driver and fireman knew that, and even the term infraction was generous. They were only using it so they wouldn't have to use the word illegal. But they couldn't risk Thomas ending up in the clutches of British Rail. The company already had an unsettling amount of control over Sodor itself. They were in the lion's den now, and there was no telling how they'd treat Thomas as a trespasser when they had already threatened him and his friends for so long as foreigners. But it would have been madness to venture along the main line with no oversight at all. It would have been safer and wiser to drive Thomas directly into the sea. At least then they'd die from drowning instead of a fiery train wreck. No, somebody had to be aware of where they were and keep the other trains at bay while they passed through. And that somebody was the signalman. They would have to let him know, but only him, and nobody above him. Like a brave little Great Western engine in his strange train had once done before. The first signal box was on the outskirts of the yard, where the ballast was just beginning to dwindle, and the rolling hills were starting to return. Diesel dragged Thomas as far as the master points and halted there. Going any further would put them in the path of mainline traffic. "I don't like being here, Diesel," confessed Thomas. It's daylight now. What if somebody sees me?" "Somebody undoubtedly will," he said, not comforting Thomas in the slightest. "But as long as you're with me, you will be fine. I'll explain that I'm escorting you back to Sodor, where you have proper running permits. Or, if we encounter a particularly zealous engine," and he smiled, actually finding the idea rather humorous, "I'll tell them you're my prisoner, and that we're headed to the nearest scrapyard." "Oh, joy!" Thomas rolled his eyes. "How very kind of you." As the two engines began to bicker, Maxine dropped from the cab and darted across the yard to meet the signalman for herself. It was a bigger signal box than any of the ones on Sodor, probably because the yard itself was bigger than any of those back home. She was winded by the time she reached the upper floor of the box, so she paused for breath outside. She straightened her jacket and slicked back her hair, as if it would make any difference to the stern, conventionally dressed man inside. He was either going to admire her unique sense of fashion, or deem her a hippie and kick her back down to the ballast. Sadly, she had experienced the latter before. Not that it would ever deter her, of course. 3 hard knocks on the door got the man's attention. After some slow footsteps and a gentle twist of the knob, out popped a middle-aged fellow with a red shirt far too exciting for his bored expression. He only glanced briefly at Maxine's spiked hair. It didn't much faze him. "Can I help you?" Maxine smiled, relieved that he seemed to be subdued. "Yes, you can.
That's my engine down there, and his, friend. And she pointed to the strange consist.
This shook the sleepy look from the signalman's face.
That's a Fat Controller's engine. One of his drivers, yes, and mighty proud of it.
It was then that the signalman was struck by a dreadful realization.
You're gonna ask me to do something ridiculous, aren't you?
Maxine just clapped his shoulder.
Mate, I'm afraid so.
Listen, truth be told, I like your railway. But if you need me to override control, well, I don't know,
His predicament was obvious. Maxine was about to ask a lot of him, so she looked for a way to take the pressure off. She spied a racing poster behind him, hung dead center on the signal box wall.
You like rally racing? She asked,
swiftly changing the subject. The man's eyebrows shot up into his hat, clearly frightened that she'd just read his mind. But then he came to his senses and swung back around, gazing back toward his poster.
Yes, I'm a big fan. You got a favourite racer, then?
The signalman grunted under his breath and scratched his cap. He knew he really should be reporting this woman this instant. But on the other hand, nobody ever wanted to hear him babble on about his love of rally racing.
Michelle Mouton,
he said slowly, but his enthusiasm only grew from there.
Oh, she tore up every track she touched. I followed all her races. That face-off between her and Walter Roll, where she won Brazil. Oh, I was on the edge of my seat with that one.
Oh, so was I. I caught the whole thing from the couch.
And then she shrugged, and with some embarrassment put in,
and the footplate.
She was the best. Really upset things. I like an upsetter, me.
Yeah, Michelle was something else. I knew her when she was starting out. I even gave her a few tips.
The signalman's jaw dropped like a signal under snow.
You're joking.
But his face said, tell me more.
Oh, yeah, at Le Mans in 75. I wasn't driving anymore by that point, but, well, I never missed Le Mans.
You drove?
In the 60s, yeah. I never broke into the international circuit, but I had quite a few local wins.
What was once a tense and interrogatory conversation had quickly spilled over into a passionate discussion of all things racing. Both driver and signalman were gushing like school children when Marcel finally came up to see what the holdup was and tapped their watch expectantly.
We had really better be going, blushed Maxine.
We're bound for Southampton, and her voice heightened ever so slightly.
Is there any way you could get us through?
The signalman rubbed his cap.
Not that far. But I can signal you through as far as Sheffield.
Oh, that's more than helpful, smiled Maxine. You're a lifesaver.
The signalman nodded, only once.
Just don't set any records.
But the little twinkle in his eyes said he sort of wanted her to. It was a long way to Sheffield at only 20 miles per hour. Diesel was clearly embarrassed. He tried to go faster, but there was simply no way. It was dark by the time they arrived. After some more desperate bartering with a yard foreman, the driver and fireman were given passage to some derelict carriage sheds to park the engines in for the night. It probably helped that the foreman was barely awake and desperate to get home himself. Despite Thomas's pleas, the two engine folk ventured into town to find a hotel. "You can't leave us here, please," he panted, his eyes darting around the shed. "No one will even know you're here," Marcel reassured him. "No one of this realm," Thomas said darkly, and he took mental note of the cobwebs all over the shed and a few old engine parts scattered beside the tracks. It dawned on Maxine what he was on about. "Ah, Thomas," she pinched her nose. "There are no ghosts in this shed." Diesel just stared, awestruck that this was even a consideration. Thomas denied it, of course. Well, no, hold on. Ghosts? Oh, the very thought. No, I'm just worried we'll be found out, that's all. Driver and fireman just shook their heads, gave Thomas a good oiling, and shut the doors tight. There were 2 beds somewhere in Sheffield with their names on them. One late-night taxi ride and an alarmingly high hotel bill later, they were winding down in a decent, comfortable little establishment. It wasn't much, but considering the alternative was the cold, hard steel floor of their warm-hearted engine, it was a welcome alternative. They both sat on their beds, facing each other. By total accident, or perhaps subconsciously, Maxine had selected the left bed and Marcel the right. the same positions they tended in Thomas's cab. Maxine pulled her boots off with clunky, sleepy movements. What a mess, eh, Marcel? Maxine. Marcel braced their hands on their knees and leaned forward intensely. We need to call Sir Topham Hatt. Maxine put down her boots. Her mouth went as straight as was possible, and she furrowed her brow at the proposition. We'd probably ought to, but Maxine trailed off. But, Marcel gestured, rolling their hands over one another, trying to draw the rest of the sentence out. We're only here because we made some, she searched for the least extreme word, rash decisions. Nothing we've done in the last few days complies with standard railway procedure. Marcel just groaned under their breath. That was painfully obvious. We owe the Fat Controller an explanation, insisted Marcel, even if it reflects badly on us. Sir Stephen Hatt was not the same man that had hired Marcel all those years ago, but he was his father's son, and for all the ways he differed from Sir Charles, he was every bit as honorable. Marcel's loyalty was unwavering. And so, too, was Maxine's. I agree, Marcy. I'm more worried about what the railway board will say. If they find out he was complicit. It dawned on Marcel what the driver was implying. It was a good point. He probably will defend us, won't he? And the more he knows about our actions, the harder will be to defend. Maxine managed to say it with a straight face, but a moment afterward, she grinned toothily and snickered. They sounded like criminals. And perhaps they were. Right, we'll handle this ourselves then, agreed Marcel, but then they pointed firmly at the driver. For now. Yes, for now, smiled Maxine, and with nothing else to say on the subject, she collapsed backwards into bed and began snoring almost immediately. Marcel, on the other bed, was up for some time. To everybody's relief, Thomas and Diesel were still there when the crew returned to the shed next morning. Thomas looked quite timid, and Diesel was beaming. Neither driver nor stoker knew what had happened in that shed, but it was obvious that Diesel had exploited Thomas's fear of ghosts for his own amusement. Just for that, Maxine was very rough on the starter. Diesel whined terribly. Before long, they were en route to Derby, coasting along the line at a riveting 20 miles an hour. A particularly encouraging signalman had suggested a less traveled route, mostly disused since the beaching cuts had gutted it in the 60s. Apart from the occasional multiple unit, none of which were running today, they had their run of the line for a whole 30 miles. I still don't get it, mumbled Thomas, mostly to himself. I imagine there are a lot of things you don't get, the Diesel said dismissively, as he hauled Thomas along the half-rusted rails. What did you want with mail cars? I mean, sure, they're important, but we have replacements. Diesel seethed. You think I wanted the cars? Well, yeah, you stole them, didn't you? Thomas was more puzzled than ever. Diesel fumed at this. He couldn't allow Thomas to believe that his plan had been so pitifully simple. So he cracked, and a rather sinister monologue spewed forth from his grill. That train carried £200 million in government bonds, representing a large chunk of the Northwestern's fiscal assets. The plan was to intercept them, which would have led to a few weeks of economic instability, just enough time for my foreign agents to exploit the Sudrian economy's weaknesses and buy major shares in local industries that support the railway. Thomas's jaw hung open. His traction improved. What does any of that mean? I told you you wouldn't understand. Why do you understand? Government bonds? What even are government bonds? What engine understands this stuff? This engine does. You can be ignorant to human endeavors if you like, but I've taken great pains to learn as much as I can. And he added, darkly, they're the only endeavors that matter. People hold all the power. Thomas didn't like the way Diesel talked about humanity. He was so sinister about it. Thomas had met a lot of stuck-up engines in his lifetime, but they had all agreed with him on at least one thing. The passengers' well-being took priority over everything. No matter how rotten an engine was, none of them would ever have considered hurting a human being deliberately. It was simply beyond the pale for a railway engine. But diesel was beyond the pale. Thomas wondered what government bonds were. They sounded important, like something Sir Topham Hatt might lose hair or sleep over. Would diesel hurt people on purpose? It was a horrible thought. Maybe Duck had been right. Maybe diesel was more than a nuisance. "Well, it's up in smoke now," said Thomas, partly reassuring himself. "You're foiled again," and he blew a raspberry at him in the most childish way. "Yes, I know." At that moment, they heard an unfamiliar horn. "Oh no! There's an oncoming train! We've got to hide!" Diesel just kept at the same pace, unfazed. "There's nowhere to hide. Let's just act natural." It was a big mainline diesel, one of the boxier ones like Boko or Bear. Their eyes grew wide upon seeing the bright blue tank engine. They stared uncomfortably at Thomas for a solid minute as they passed with their mixed goods. Thomas was quivering with fright. But fear didn't look good on him, and he knew that. So he sucked in a deep breath and then grinned and winked at the passing diesel. Moments later they were out of view, but he could have sworn he'd seen them smile nervously back. Once the engine was gone, Thomas's stress returned. "They could warn the yards that I'm on the loose." "It's off of our buffers now. We'll just have to hope they keep quiet." Another thought occurred to Thomas. "Shouldn't I be under a sheet or something?" "Don't be so theatrical," dismissed Diesel. "Everyone will know you're a steam engine either way. The key is to pick the right routes and stay out of sight altogether." "If you say so." And he added snidely, "Nobody does deception like you." But Diesel took it as a compliment. "No, nobody does." It wasn't long before they encountered their 10th signalman. They'd passed hundreds of boxes, but the few charitable men that Maxine had encountered had concocted a believable and vague cover story. Control knew exactly where they were. They just didn't know what they were. By the time a bright blue steam engine dragging a dirty black Gronk came rattling through, most signalmen were surprised to find that this train was not, in fact, a slow works train on the way to an impromptu maintenance job. But all the same, they had already given them the green. There was no sense in halting them now. It was a con worthy of Devious Diesel. Almost. They were at the end of their current path. They would need to convince a new signalman to be complicit in their ruse. And as he marched back and forth along the signal box deck, high above both engines, he did not look friendly. Both driver and fireman gazed up at him. Without warning, Maxine slapped Marcel hard on the back. "Well, your turn." "What?" "Well, I've convinced all the others," reminded Maxine. "Why should I have all the fun? And don't you want to try your hand at haggling with an angry signalman already?" "No," Marcel cried bluntly. "Oh, come on, Marcy. You can be convincing when you need to be." And she held the cab door open for them. "You must have something to offer him." So Marcel descended to the ballast, and then scaled the wooden steps to the box, cursing their driver for having such unfounded faith in them. The signalman looked irate. "You'd better have a good reason for travelling my rails without permission." The veins in his forehead were showing. "We're trying to get our engine home, sir," said Marcel sheepishly. "He's right down there." And they stood aside so the signalman could see. "His name is Thomas. Maybe you've heard of him?" "Oh, sure I've heard of him." And the man flicked his hand in a dismissive motion. "Some famous engine from the kids' cartoons. You could be driving the Royal Scot for all I care. If you're not on my timetable, you're not getting through." It seemed they had hit a genuine roadblock. This wasn't working. Marcel just scratched their head, and then thought for a moment. Then, with a cough, they said, "Do you have any debt?" The signalman was dumbfounded. "What?" "Well, you look stressed. Looks like financial stress. I was an accountant for 10 years. I know a thing or two." The signalman abandoned all pretense. "I'm gonna level with you. Yes, but my wife doesn't know a thing." "And she'll never have to, if you follow my advice." In less than an hour, Marcel had balanced his books and given him a list of sure-thing investments to pursue. In a week's time, this particular signalman wouldn't be a signalman anymore. He would be retired in luxury. Marcel would never learn of this, of course, because they were off and away toward Southampton, barreling down a clear main line. Thomas had never seen Diesel's mood lighten as much as it did when Darby came into view. His wide eyes and drawn breath would lead you to believe that he had just set his eyes on Stonehenge or the pyramids of Giza, not a grimy, worn-down old works complex. But, to be fair, it was a truly expansive complex. Expansive and incredibly bleak. Thomas felt a chill run up his frame. This was where it had first begun. This was where dieselization had started. This is the place that killed Gordon's family. This is the place that had killed his own family. Thomas had not been very involved in the Battle of the Tractions back in the 60s. That was the big engine's cause. He had been too preoccupied competing with the buses and lorries, desperately trying to keep his branch line relevant and profitable. Dieselization had never been his fight. But even so, he felt something visceral stirring within him, gazing up at the humongous buildings before him. One of them had obviously been an erecting shop for assembling steam engines once upon a time, but it had been refitted and restructured so heavily that it was barely recognizable as such. It was suffocated on both sides by newer, colder-looking facilities that had been designed to service diesel engines from the very first. The whole plant felt corrosive somehow. Evil, even. But Devious Diesel had none of these feelings when he looked up upon the great structures. All Diesel saw was home. But his enthusiasm drained the closer they got. He could see rivets failing, the sheet metal peeling. The roofs of more than a few buildings were beginning to dip slightly. No. His breath began to leave him, and he sped up toward the engine shop, as if racing to help a pedestrian who'd just been struck by a car. As if Diesel would ever do something so selfless, even if he could.
It's going to pieces. All of it.
Is that abnormal? Asked Thomas, his coupling still aching from the sudden yank.
Yes!
Diesel nearly shouted.
It was the cleanest, most well-organized works complex in the world when I last saw it. What has happened?
He halted before the Diesel workshops, which trailed a mile into the distance and boasted 3 service lines, each of which ended in a hazard-striped garage door. One of them was half open, allowing Diesel to peer inside and see the work that was taking place. There weren't many engines inside, only 3 or 4, but it set him at ease to see that these shops were still doing something. That sense of calm was quickly disrupted by a gruff, hardened voice.
You have some nerve, you know that? I told you never to return.
Diesel's face softened. For a moment, he didn't look like the cold, unfeeling schemer that Thomas had come to know. He looked like a startled child, caught with his hand in the cookie jar and chocolate all over his lips. Whoever this man was, he had power over him.
Mr. Pilkington.
His voice was almost inaudible, more fumes than anything.
I didn't expect you to still be working here.
The stern man scoffed.
I'll never escape this place. It'll die before I do.
He looked around the aging facilities, his hands in his overalls, his boots crunching the ballast as he turned.
And the way things are going, I give us another year before British Rail shuts us down for good.
Thomas wasn't sure, but he thought he heard something heavy drop in the pit of Diesel's motor. It was like his oily heart had been dislodged and fallen right through his frames, landing hard on the sleepers.
No, it can't be. It can,
Pilkington said plainly, and he scrubbed his 5 o'clock shadow wearily. The bags under his eyes matched Diesel's, but Thomas figured he had developed them by staring at blueprints and into engine compartments for long hours, not from staring at a set of buffers schemingly like a lunatic for hours on end. He was awfully haggard looking, He was in his mid-60s, maybe. His blonde hair was giving way on the sides to a bleached white, and his smile, if it had been a smile, was incomplete. He looked as old and worn down as the shops he worked for. How did you know it was me? It wasn't even spoken like a question. It was just a defeated statement of truth. I've completed more Gronks than crossword puzzles, Mr. Pilkington said declaratively. You really think I can't tell? Diesel groaned in anguish. He had already known the answer. And what the hell have you got him for? Snapped the haggard engineer. You brought me a dead bird as a present. Thomas just scoffed. No, indeed. He's been trying to kill the bird for years, but he's no good at it, I'm afraid. Pilkington chuckled. Just a single hoarse breath. Funny. But why are you here, really? Diesel cut in, perhaps to try and provide the least embarrassing version of the story possible. There was an operational mix-up. We were transported to Manchester by mistake. Manchester? He scratched his scruffy face again. So that's what it's come to, then. That's one hell of a blunder. The people I work for. So, you're not going to scrap me, then? Pilkington just stared. He looked like he had a lot of competing answers in his head. The one he picked took the form of dry humor. These shops are collapsing under their own weight as it is, he said with chagrin. We don't have the people or the money to cut you up, even if we cared to. Thomas breathed a sigh of relief. What about me, sir? Thomas had never heard Diesel utter the word sir without sarcasm. It was harrowing. I'm low on fuel and in need of a tune-up. Would you be so kind as to... No! The man was cold and unflinching. Not you. Never you. Misery bled into every corner of Diesel's face. Sir. Look around, Engine. Look at the state of things. And he gestured to the dismal surroundings, his temper rising. This place is dying. And you are partly to blame. Thomas gasped. Diesel whimpered. I only ever wanted what was best for British Railways, sir. So you say. But your acts of sabotage have crippled these shops. You call it sabotage. I call it quality control. You know those engines were not up to snuff. That was never your call to make. Making suggestions, that's one thing. But you derailed a whole bloody train. All of those motors. We lost thousands of pounds. You would have lost millions if those wretched designs had made it into mass production. I averted a catastrophe. You're obsessed. You and your lust for perfection. I would rather have had diesels that worked. It's all or nothing with you. And I've had it. Diesel winced. He lowered his voice and said gently, Sir, I know you share my vision. Not anymore, the engineer scowled. We're weaker for having ever built you. So no, you rotten engine. The last thing I will do is expend more of our precious resources to keep you running. Leave. Now. And Pilkington stomped under the half-closed garage door and hit the button from the inside. Slowly, painstakingly, Diesel's last remaining view into Derby Diesel Works narrowed to a sliver, until the door met the ground with a bang, and he was shut out, forever. His whimpering continued. He was a wreck. It wasn't sabotage, he hissed bitterly to himself. Thomas ventured to ask, what wasn't? Diesel just glared back at him. One icy look told Thomas he would never get a full explanation. There's one thing I must see before we leave, the Diesel said solemnly. Come with me. It's not like Thomas had much choice. They moved slowly away from the main workshops and switched to the outer line that curved around the whole facility. On the other side of these tracks stood a rather mundane line of office buildings. But Diesel's eyes lit up when he saw them. Take a good look, Tank Engine, Diesel said with reverence. Those are the most advanced railway laboratories in all of Britain. Really? puzzled Thomas. "They just look like boring old buildings to me." Diesel's face fell. Of course he wouldn't understand. "They weren't designed for style. They were designed for function. That there is the former LMS Research Laboratory, and further down the road you'll find the Railway Technical Center. This single row of buildings is the design epicenter of the network. They are truly the brain of British railways." Thomas squinted at them. Perhaps that explained why they were so small. Thankfully, Diesel couldn't hear that thought. He carried on proudly. "Within those harrowed halls, countless strides in engineering were made." "And I presume one of those strides was you?" said Thomas, unamused. "Why, of course," the Diesel replied. "The 08 Shunter is the most refined class of locomotive in railway history." It sounded terribly vain to Thomas, but Diesel said it in a tone that implied it was a fact. "Well, how do you figure that?" challenged Thomas. "Our earliest prototypes were constructed in the 1930s. They were refined for decades until they became fit for mass production. Now, there are well over 900 of us." This information was dizzying to Thomas. Not the bit about there being almost 1,000 rocks. That's something Diesel boasted about regularly. What stunned him was the date. Diesels. As early as the 30s. But Diesels weren't a thing until the 50s at least. No way you were in development that long. "My claims of superiority are not hollow, Thomas. They are empirical fact. A lot of very intelligent scientists worked for years to perfect my blueprints. I am a model of efficiency." Thomas couldn't help but notice the wording. Scientists, not engineers. Diesel prioritized logic and reason above everything else. Most engines took pride in their speed or strength. Diesel had no such fixations. He took pride in being the best suited for his designated task. It had nothing to do with the grandeur of what he was, and everything to do with the precision of it. He had been devised in a highly clinical fashion. He was literally a product of a laboratory. Perhaps that was what made him so different. Perhaps that is how he knew so much, more than any engine was ever meant to know. He gazed at the former laboratory buildings once more. "These works have a long history of innovation," Diesel said with considerable pride. "To think that the likes of George Stephenson worked here for a time. Astonishing." Thomas was taken aback. "George Stephenson? You find that astonishing?" "Well, of course. Don't you?" "Of course I do. He's the father of the steam engine, which is why I'd expect you to loathe him." Diesel's face fell. He looked genuinely surprised. "I don't detest steam engines." He said it in the most honest voice Thomas had ever heard him use. "Are you joking?" laughed Thomas. "No," and he grew stern. "I do not detest steam. I detest that it is still in use today. The rocket was a legend, and the man who designed it was a visionary. I have nothing but respect for George Stephenson." And for a moment, the two railway engines fell silent, in honor of a man they both admired equally. It was a camaraderie Thomas never imagined he could have with Devious Diesel. "Ever since the Industrial Revolution, this country has toiled away in the pursuit of one magnificent goal. A goal that I have given my life to progress." And his eyes swept over the laboratories again lovingly. "Perfect, uncompromising efficiency. In all areas of life, most of all the railways. That is the point of it all. That is my only dream." The twinkle in his eyes. Thomas had never seen it on Diesel's face. But it was familiar. It was the same twinkle Gordon had had when he was talking about the Express, that Duck had when he talked about the Great Western, and that he must have had every time he spoke of his own branch line. A pure, passionate, unadulterated love of something he valued. This was Diesel's one great love, perhaps the only thing he had ever loved, the concept of efficiency itself. And now, he was grieving it. "They're rotting," he said, with great heartache.
They've shut down so many facilities since I was last here, and those that are still open are in a state. How can this happen to Britain's greatest works?
It happened to Brighton, said Thomas plainly and sadly. Stepney told me they were torn down years ago. He's right, isn't he? Diesel's voice wavered, still stricken with grief.
Yes, I've been there. It's all car parks now.
Thomas whinged. Stepney had spared him that detail. Then, it dawned on Diesel what Thomas's words had meant.
Wait a moment. Are you insinuating that Brighton was the finest works in the world?
Thomas only blushed. He didn't typically indulge in these types of arguments. Gordon and Duck would bicker endlessly about whether Doncaster or Swindon was the superior plant. Thomas had never bothered. He'd rather focus on what he had accomplished than where he had come from. But he did have an opinion, and it was a firmly held opinion. There has never been anywhere better, he said plainly, though he knew Diesel would never agree. Diesel only spluttered indignantly and returned to his grief.
It isn't fair,
he bemoaned, as if he were watching a beautiful creature die before him, like an ailing stag or deer.
Derby is the key to all of this railway's crippling inadequacies. They could fix everything if only they would utilize this place properly.
But that was never going to happen. Within 2 years from then, the works would be closed entirely. Another nail in the coffin for Devious Diesel's precious dream. Soon, Derby was far behind them, towering rooftops disappearing behind the dense cityscape. Might well be the last time either of them ever saw the place. As they rolled slowly away, Diesel was more sluggish than usual. Thomas couldn't see his face, but he could swear he heard the Diesel sniffling. It sounded as if he was crying. Henry the Green Engine always enjoyed his return trips from Manchester. He took a return goods from there to Barrow, and then he would light engine all the way home. It was a perfect opportunity to stop in his favorite forest and unwind after a heavy job. His siding was just as he'd left it. Nobody ever stopped there but him, after all. There was no operational reason to. His driver grabbed the binoculars and hiked out into the woods with the fireman. It was the most relaxing hour all three of them had had all month. Which is why Henry was so startled when he returned to Teignmouth Station at last to find the station master frantic. "Henry! Henry!" He doubled over when he reached the edge of the platform and caught his breath. The big green engine eyed him with concern.
Yes, that's me. What's so important that you had to use up all your puff?
"Thomas!" The man managed to straighten his spine again, slowly. "Did you bring him back with you?" Henry looked very confused. Edward and Percy, on the next platform over, exchanged very worried glances.
Back?
Henry racked his smoke box, trying to make sense of the words.
I never took him anywhere with me.
Yes, you did. The station master rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly, as the scale of this mix-up began to reveal itself. He was on the end of the Kipper this morning, Henry. He made no mention of the 08 shunter that went with him. No one noticed his absence now, either. Perhaps he really was invisible. Every heart in the station sunk. It was immediately clear to everyone what had happened. Thomas was not on Sodor anymore. There was silence for some time. Until Gordon came roaring in with his express.
Good morning, all. Fine weather we're having. I say, the rails are perfectly...
He was all the way to the buffers when he finally read the room properly.
Is something the matter?
Henry responded, forlorn.
I dragged Thomas all the way to Manchester.
Gordon was deadly silent. Until he wasn't. He snorted uncontrollably. To his credit, he tried to stifle it, but he failed badly. Gordon, Edward scorned. This is not funny.
No, I know that, Edward. It's just, Well, Henry's beaten my record by a country mile, no less. I didn't mean to. Did he squeal all the way there?
This earned Gordon another sharp glare from Edward.
No, I didn't even notice him.
Henry trailed off dreamily. He was so out of sorts, he didn't even notice Gordon's admiring smirk. Henry really was strong, he must have thought. How far he had come. This stunt had probably earned him a run with the Express soon. But Henry didn't want it, at least not right now. He just wanted Thomas back. He wanted to know he was safe and sound, and perhaps even more so, he wanted the crippling guilt to go away.
I feel awful.
Don't feel too bad, Henry, soothed Edward. You had no way of knowing he was back there. For all you knew, it was just a particularly good catch this morning. Gordon stifled his laughter after 2 loud bursts, but the damage was done. He had to own it now.
Oh, come on. Henry's mistaken him for a great big fish. I'd have to be deaf not to laugh at that.
Suddenly, the station filled with vengeful white steam. All 3 railway engines coughed and spluttered, and when it dissipated, the source of it spoke aloud, with righteous anger. "Shame on you!" cried Percy with feeling. "Thomas is in danger, and all you can do is laugh. He needs our help. For all we know, he could be in a... Percy gulped. His face went pale, his pupils shrunk to mere pinpoints. "In a scrapyard." But Gordon just chuckled, in a more delicate tone this time. To Percy's surprise, Edward and Henry smiled warmly too. "Oh, Percy, it's not like that." And Edward explained, "This is dreadfully inconvenient, and I'm sure Thomas's wheels are very tired. But he's going to be just fine." The color returned to Percy's face. That color being gray, of course. His emerald eyes grew big and hopeful again. "You're sure?" "Positive," grinned Edward, and Henry corroborated him, giving Percy an encouraging wink. "If anything," continued Edward, rather chipperly, "I imagine he's getting on rather well there." "Remember, if you're spotted anywhere along this stretch, even for a moment, it'll be a tea set by tea time." Thomas shuddered at Diesel's words. The stakes were dreadfully high this time, but his sense of caution was quickly replaced by indignity. "Wait! 1 tea set? I could make at least 1,000. Hell, maybe 2,000. Diesel rolled his eyes. Even when confronted with the possibility of death, Thomas couldn't stay on topic. But of course, there was no risk of death. And Thomas was soon to find that out. Diesel's engine was sounding rather empty. More and more, it was making an unhealthy puttering noise. Thomas grew concerned. "Are you sick?" he asked plainly. "I'm thirsty," he clarified. "I haven't refueled since Manchester, which is why we're headed to the nearest fuel depot." "Why is it you never tell me where we're going?" Thomas was starting to grow tired of being left in the dark. "You don't know the network anyway. If you don't know A to Z, what good does J to K do you?" "I don't know, maybe it would make me feel better." And he added, under his breath, "and less like I'm being kidnapped." "I am doing you a huge kindness by escorting you home," Diesel reminded him sharply. "Do not forget that." But Thomas was starting to have his doubts. "There's an old colliery in Nottingham. If we take the junction after that, it'll lead us to a refueling depot. There's no telling if it's still operational, but it's the most hidden one for a while." "A colliery? That sounds good," said the tank engine longingly. "Absolutely not." Diesel vetoed the suggestion before it had ever even been made. "You're merely a passenger on this journey. There's no need to refill your bunker." But Marcel cut in. "Shouldn't we keep him stocked up, just in case? We don't know when we'll get another chance." Maxine nodded heartily. "You're absolutely right, Marcy. It couldn't hurt." Diesel just groaned. "I see no need, but very well," agreed the diesel engine, with much hesitation. "But it will waste precious time." "Well, we can split up," suggested Maxine. "You drop us off at the colliery in Nottingham, and then come back for us once Diesel's tank is full, Marcel." "Are you sure you can manage alone?" Marcel asked tenderly.
For an hour, easily. But don't take too long. I might dirty my work clothes if I do this sort of work too long.
With a stifled laugh, Marcel climbed back into Diesel's cab and drove him slowly up the line toward the alleged location of the refueling station. They hoped, and Marcel even prayed, that it hadn't been worn away by either nature or policy. Both causes seemed to tear down railway facilities with equal senselessness. The colliery was right where Diesel had said it was. The Diesel was especially sluggish as he dragged Thomas up the incline and into the workings. Ah, good. They're abandoned. It was a sarcastic-sounding sentence, but Diesel had spoken it with the straightest of straight faces. Thankfully, there was still some coal remaining. Not much and of poor quality, but enough to fill Thomas's bunker. But the process was going to take some time. None of the overhead hoppers were full anymore, or at least the cords had seized. Whatever coal they took with them would have to be loaded by hand. Diesel decoupled from the blue engine and groaned in relief. They had been far too close for far too long. "We'll be back soon," Marcel promised, though nothing was certain on a madcap adventure like this. "Don't break your back, Maxine. Take it slow."
It's not my first firing, kid, she chuckled. I had to get this job somehow, didn't I?
Marcel nodded respectfully, and minutes later they were driving Diesel slowly down the exit line and away to an old depot that maybe existed if they were lucky. Truth be told, Maxine was worried about her back. Filling a bunker by hand was no easy task. These days it was done almost exclusively by front loaders with big buckets, or by overhead coaling towers, which automated the process dramatically. To get the coal from ground level, Maxine had two options: chuck it, or bring it up into the cab and load it in backwards. As it happened, she did a little bit of both, alternating every time one part of her body got too sore. All the while, Thomas cheered her on. "I'm a third of the way there, Maxie! You got this!" "Ugh," she groaned, pressing a weary hand against her spine.
"You couldn't have said half."
Thomas pondered. Would it have been better if I lied? But then Maxine thought of Devious Diesel, and she smiled at her engine. "No, Thomas. I like you exactly the way you are. Perfectly honest." That made the blue engine beam. It was another hour until the bunker was full. The driver had taken many breaks, and somehow managed to keep herself together, but she was more grateful for Marcel than ever before, if that were even possible. "And now we wait," she said blandly, taking a seat on Thomas's splasher, one of the wheel arches that covered his front wheels. She nestled her chin into her hand and braced it there. It looked as though the boredom was hurting her more than the actual manual labor had. "Or not," grinned the tank engine. The driver raised an eyebrow. That alone was enough acknowledgement for him to continue. "I think we ought to go down to the junction by ourselves." It was a sensible suggestion, but it was said in the cheekiest voice. "I mean, it took ages getting up here. We can save Diesel the trip." Maxine considered.
"They could spot our smoke from a distance, couldn't they? There was a town nearby that junction."
"With these cliffs?" And Thomas looked up at the grey quarry cliffs on either side of the line. "No way! We'll be fine." Maxine clearly wanted to say yes. Her hand was already on the regulator, but she needed more convincing. "I don't know, Thomas. Oh, please, driver," he pleaded sweetly. "I haven't felt steam in my cylinders in so long. I want to run, if only just a short one." That was the final straw. What little resistance Maxine had to the blue engine crumbled, and she began building the fire excitedly. She had been sitting shotgun in a gronk for 2 days. Being trapped in a metal box with no means of entertainment was more than she could bear. Before long, in steam engine terms that is, Thomas's boiler was up to pressure and his safety valve was simmering. With a cathartic twist of the regulator, Maxine eased Thomas out of the colliery and down the winding line that led back to civilization. Woo! Thomas the Tank Engine was a vibrant cerulean blur against the dark gray cuttings. He felt his flanges just barely leave one rail on some of the sharper bends, only to clank back down again with more momentum than ever. Maxine had pulled that worn-out racing hood from her rally days over her head again, and leaned as far out of the cab as Thomas's handrails would allow. All of her weight was resting on those 70-year-old railings and the bolts that held them in, but she wasn't worried. She knew that Thomas would never drop her. The run was a thrill for both of them, and the bottom came much too soon for either of their liking. But then there was trouble. The intention had been to stop before the junction and wait for Diesel to return and come get them. But the exit to the mine was far steeper than Thomas's brakes could handle, and before Maxine could react, her engine had broken into a slide. "Whee!" screeched the runaway tank engine. "Harder on the brakes, driver!" "They're all the way on!" she cried. But Thomas knew that already. It was all he could do to ask. To the horror of both engine and driver, they kept sliding until they were over the junction and in the middle of the yard again. Thomas glanced back and forth to make sure that there was no one around. He could see the nearby shed complex from here, and was filled with alarm when he did indeed see two diesel engines petering out of their berths. They were far off, but soon they wouldn't be. They were coming his way. Oh, rail spikes! And he skidded in place as he changed direction, trying his damnedest to return to the safety of the colliery. But it was too late. Both engines had spotted him. They murmured to each other, sounding panicked. Thomas couldn't hear what they were saying. There was no use returning to the colliery now. He had to make a break for the main line. Maxine threw the lever forward again, and Thomas gave her whiplash as he flew forward toward the yard exit. But the two diesels changed tracks and blocked the crossover that led out of the yard. Thomas slammed on the brakes. The diesels came racing toward him at a frightful pace. Thomas panicked. Oh no, this is not good. Thomas's mind spiraled, looking for a way out. But this was the only exit to the goods yard. Then again, he did see a semi-comfortable looking road that led out the other direction. Maybe he could... Excuse me? A surprisingly polite voice interrupted the blue engine's thoughts. Are you the Thomas the Tank Engine? Thomas put up a brave front. Yeah, it's me. Do your worst, punks, but I won't go down without a fight. The diesels only looked at each other dumbfounded. The one in front, the big one with boxy yellow cabs at either end, just blinked innocently.
Fight?
The other one was smaller. She only had one cab and looked a bit backwards. She was sweating oil like bullets and looked to be on the verge of tears. Well, we don't want to fight you. Thomas remained stern. Yeah, well, it's going to take a lot more than that to... Oh, wait. But then he processed what the diesels had just said. Wait, what? Meanwhile, Diesel and Marcy had found the fuel pump. It was indeed where Diesel had said, nestled in a small depot by the line side. But one look at the thing told them it hadn't held anything in 20 years. Damn it! Marcel ripped off their cap, but they were too sensible to throw it to the floor and stomp on it, so it just hung there at their side for a few moments.
I knew there was a strong possibility this would be the case, groaned Diesel. There's another facility, but it's 20 miles further down this line.
Marcel didn't relish the idea. It had already taken some time to get here, and the track was in horrendous condition. What had probably once been sparkling silver rails were now a vibrant and ugly red, a shade that would nauseate anyone, even James. Wait a minute, thought Marcel, rubbing their chin.
What? Have my controls confounded you again?
Diesel groaned. He was proving to be much less user-friendly than he had boasted. We left Thomas at the colliery. Diesel rolled his eyes.
Yes, I believe that was by design. Have you forgotten your own plan?
Marcel gave a sharp stomp on the floor. The aluminum rang out and Diesel grunted. Don't be smart. I meant, why are we going to this dilapidated old dump? We don't need to keep out of sight if Thomas isn't with us. Diesel's face went stiff. It looked as though a hitch had come up, something he hadn't thought of at all until now. He stammered for a response.
I suppose you're right.
He coughed some soot and then continued.
Well, this pump is a bust. Let's go back and make a new plan.
Marcel felt suspicion mounting. Diesel was acting quite strangely all of a sudden, but they agreed with the course of action all the same. Yes, let's take the more direct route this time. It will be quicker, and I'd rather schmooze more signalmen than risk these rusty rails again. Diesel's controls grew cold under Marcel's hand. He seemed totally unwilling, but in a harrowed tone he replied, "Yes, the direct route." Diesel felt his whole plan disintegrating under his wheels, and it was about to go from bad to worse. In Nottingham Yards, Thomas was still trying to sort out just what the Diesels thought of him. There was clearly no imminent danger, which was staggering considering the steps he and Diesel had taken the last few days to stay out of sight. "So you don't mean me harm? Well then why'd you race over here the second you saw me?" The two Diesels looked at each other nervously. Because we want your autograph! Thomas's fighting snarl became a broad, disbelieving grin. "Wait, what? So you're fans?" Both Diesels lit up. The small one bubbled with glee. Yeah, duh. Everyone in this country is. You're an icon." And with poor synchronization and a multitude of voice cracks, yet no shortage of passion, the two Diesels hummed a duet that Thomas could just barely decipher as the theme song to his TV show. "Oh my god, this is so unexpected! How long has it been like this? Last time I visited the mainland, engines like me were being rounded up and melted down." Both engines went pale hearing this. They looked to each other timidly. With much courage, the little one broke the silence. Melted down? Oh god, you're talking about the Dark Ages." The big yellow fella's face went green, and his cheeks filled up with something. Oil, maybe? Thomas knew little about Diesel anatomy, but he was grateful that the Diesel swallowed whatever it was. He pondered the words. The Dark Ages? It was only a couple of decades ago. How young are you guys? I'm 3.
I'm 7.
Oh, fuck, I'm old. But I'm still relevant. One autograph coming up, as soon as I figure out how to do that. Driver, clip a pen to my brake pipe. I'm good at... No, I'll sign it for you, cut in Maxine urgently. I'm coming out there, hold on. As she did so, the fanfare continued.
Is it true? Did you really work your way through the ranks and earn your own branch?
Hell yeah, I did.
Wow.
The road Diesel sighed, imagining.
Wish I could do that.
Thomas only smiled empathetically. Listen, kid, if you want something in this life, you gotta fight for it. Don't let anyone tell you can't do something. I mean, little engines can do big things. Both Diesels exploded with enthusiasm. Oh my god, he said it! He really said it! I can't believe it! He really says that! This is the best day of my life! Oh my god! The commotion caught the attention of a passing petrol train, led by 2 shunters. The second they came to a halt at the depot, they gazed over, and their eyes nearly popped out of their grills.
White Reg, stop! Is that Thomas the Tank Engine over there?
Exclaimed one. Come on, insisted the other, and they raced over. A crowd was quickly beginning to form around the bright blue engine. In a sea of dull grays and hazard yellows, Thomas stood out like a sore thumb, like a beacon of Sodor in the middle of the dreary real world. He settled into his bearings, clearly in heaven. Holy crank pins, this is more like it. I should have known that Devious Diesel was lying, and that's all he ever does. The fanfare stopped almost on a dime. A nervous hush came over the crowd. Wait, did you say Devious Diesel? Thomas caught himself and blushed. Oh, yikes. Okay, sorry, his name is literally Diesel. I'm not being insensitive, I promise. But the Mega Diesel cut him off, speaking sternly for once.
Yeah, we know. We know all about Devious Diesel.
Thomas sighed, relieved. Oh, good. I was worried that... But again, he processed the last sentence in the middle of speaking the present one, and marveled. Wait, really? Diesel seemed uneasy on his way back to the junction. For all the trouble the blue tank engine caused him, he seemed awfully eager to see him again. It didn't make much sense to Marcel. Internally, Diesel was beginning to panic. He needed to return to Thomas urgently. As long as he hasn't wandered out of the colliery, we'll be fine, said Diesel to himself. I'll be fine. And then he realized what he had just thought. Was he really expecting Thomas not to go wandering off? Thomas? Good God, I'm doomed. His worst fears were confirmed when he reached the junction at last and heard excited chatter from somewhere in the yards. Despite the cheering and screaming, Thomas's voice was unmistakably the loudest. This was not good. Diesel hurried around the yards in a panic, searching every corner of Nottingham for his travel companion. His engine was making very unhealthy noises. His composure had been sucked right through his cooling fan and shredded. Drat! Drat! I have to find that little blue pest before he asks too many questions, if he finds out the truth. And then Diesel rounded a bend and saw Thomas the tank engine surrounded by adoring fans. He put Thomas's wheel spin earlier to shame, jamming his own and flying backward into the shadows again, hoping nobody had seen him. Curses! What do I do now? You may be getting the sense, now, that Diesel had not been altogether honest with Thomas. You would be right. He overheard Thomas's conversation with his audience. Good God, he had an audience. So you guys hate Diesel too, really? Everybody does. That lunatic is a pathological liar. Pathological? Stumbled Thomas. I don't, Oh, it's okay, reassured one of the Diesels. We didn't know that word either, until we met Diesel. Then we had to look it up. Oh my God, Thomas whispered to himself. He's not just hated in Derby. He's hated everywhere. At that moment, a sharp hiss could be heard from some nearby sidings. An oily voice tried to get Thomas's attention. Thomas, over here, now. But Thomas only smirked. Well, no, now. There's no need to look in the shadows, devious Diesel. He added the devious on purpose, just so everyone would know. Join me and my new friends over here. Apparently they've heard of you. Diesel only crept deeper into the alleyway between warehouses. He was greatly overwhelmed. You're joking, said one of the other Diesels in disbelief. You didn't actually bring Devious Diesel with you. Well, actually, he brought me. But we've both been very foolish. And he called out to the darkness again. Oh, Diesel, you'll never believe this, but apparently all the Diesels are nice on British Rail. It's weird, huh? Devious Diesel said nothing. He thinks we're nice, cooed the big one, who'd been monopolizing the conversation thus far. Oh, sure you're nice. And Thomas squinted at him, looking for a nameplate of any sort. I'm sorry, what's your name? Name? It was as if Thomas had asked the question in a different language. Oh no, I don't have one of those. I am 58044. 58044. Huh. Do you like being called that? It serves, the Diesel said nonchalantly. Well, I'm sure it does, but I'm asking if you like it. Do you like the sound of it? Well, it's nothing special. It's not like I'm a Deltic or something. I mean, how does Larry sound? The Diesel was stunned. He mouthed the letters. Larry? What, me? Well, yeah, sure. I mean, you look like Larry. You can't just give me a name. The other Diesels murmured to each other behind him, not sure what to make of what they were seeing. Thomas huffed backward a bit, looking apologetic. Oh, sorry. Do you not want one? Was that rude? No, I like Larry. But it's only the men in charge who can name us. Thomas blasted steam in all directions, laughing so hard that the pencil pushers could hear him in London. The Diesels were enamored. The steam entranced them. Half of them had never seen it before. Nonsense! Percy names the vans on our line all the time. I mean, he usually picks stupid ones, but he's got the right idea. The smaller Diesel, the backwards-looking one, rumbled forward timidly. Me next, please. Thomas grinned. He liked this activity. Well, let me see. You look a bit like a Jenny. Maybe Janine? Either one works, she giggled excitedly. Jenny it is! Who's next? Diesel watched, in abject horror, as Thomas dealt out Sudrian names to 15 of his fellow Diesels. His revulsion defied description. He simply gaped, as if he were watching a flood ravage a town, powerless to do anything. It appeared that the tables had just turned. lied to me!" cried Thomas, now that they were both away from his adoring fans.
Are you surprised?
The scoundrel oiled emotionlessly. Thomas sighed. "No, not really. But the other engines on Sodor will be, when they find out why you've really been coming back every few years." "Don't tell them," he implored the tank engine. But it was a vain request. "You think they can hate you any more than they already do? Please." And his eyes swept around the yard, fully absorbing the last few days for the first time. "I can't believe you convinced me to do this. Duck was right. I mean, not about killing all the sharks or whatever, but you are underhanded." "That clapped-out Panya knows nothing," Diesel seethed. "He's never been able to understand the bigger picture. I had greater goals. I still do. And if my own kind hadn't turned on me like a kettle of vultures, I would have..." "Nah, don't waste your gas, Diesel. Or my time, for that matter. You're a liar. And now the whole world knows it. Just like they know that I'm a hero." "Well, Mr. Hero, if you are so heroic, you'll escort me back to Sodor in secret, won't you?" At last, the full magnitude of Diesel's plan dawned on Thomas. "So this is why you've been protecting me. I knew you'd never be so gracious. You've been using me as a shield." "I prefer the term advocate, but yes, that may have been the idea." "So I was your backup plan, then? God, imagine if we got caught. No, please, angry mob, don't hurt me. My best friend is famous, see?" Diesel went redder than ever. "That was it, wasn't it? That was actually your plan. Oh my God, you're a shitty person." And he trailed off into stunned laughter again. "My aim was survival, Thomas." Thomas cocked an eyebrow. "Yeah, and world domination, right?" "The two essentials," the Diesel said plainly. "I should just leave you here. Duck would thank me." Nah, never mind. He'd cite some law about leaving Diesel shunters in foreign sidings without express approval. Oh God, he's annoying. It was then that Diesel's whole demeanor changed. He smirked deviously. "You wouldn't leave me, Thomas. You're a good person. You care about others." Thomas's fire bars tingled. There was a hard-to-ignore ache in the pit of his boiler. He tried to repress it. "I care about my friends. And that group includes pretty much everyone on the planet but you. So you're out of luck, pal. Enjoy getting mobbed by a crowd of angry English Diesels." Thomas began to turn his wheels. Marcel leapt down from Diesel's cab, and then they locked it. As Diesel watched them hurry down the tracks to rejoin their departing engine, Diesel recognized the gravity of his situation. So he brought out the big guns. "They'll do more than stuff me on a siding, Thomas. BR has deemed me," and he nearly choked on these next few words, "surplus to requirements." Thomas came to a sudden halt. He cursed himself for listening. The Diesel continued, "You can't have a death on your conscience, can you? I have family on Sodor. Are you going to look Paxton in the eye and tell him you killed his big brother?" "You have literally never called him a brother until now." "But it's always been true, hasn't it? What say you, Thomas the hero?" Thomas just shut his eyes tight and groaned under the weight of his new responsibility. Ugh. Fuck. Diesel just grinned. Thomas was in the lead now, billowing white steam and having the time of his life. Now that they weren't on the back roads anymore, they met onlookers and enthusiasts on every platform and every line side. Some of them had asked why Thomas wasn't in steam, and even worried that he was ill, so the steam engine had taken the lead, and now everyone could see Thomas the tank engine at his best. Diesel rode indignantly behind like a boxcar or brake van. "This is preposterous." Diesel raised the issue for the third time. "This whole trip would run far more smoothly with me at the front." "Pa, you've hogged the limelight long enough. It's time for me to have a go.
Until you run out of fuel, your capacity is bad even when there's a water tower at every junction.
Thomas stopped abruptly and biffed Diesel's buffers. He started again with a jerk. Low blow, Diesel. There's nothing wrong with my tanks. It's your blasted controller. He's torn down all the most important facilities.
For you, corrected Diesel, every depot in the country will serve me.
If I vouch for you, you mean? Thomas snickered. Diesel growled. He was right. The fuel wasn't any good to him if every depot turned him away in disgrace. He was getting very tired of Thomas holding all the cards, and they'd only been dealt a few hours ago.
You're going to run out soon,
Diesel snarled, with as much fear as satisfaction.
And when you do, you'll come crying back to
A chorus of horns and emphatic cheers drowned the Diesel out. Thomas looked to the source of the noise and gasped. At the next station, the parking lot was packed, not with cars, but with lorries and pickup trucks of all different shapes, sizes, and colors. Every one of them had a bed full of coal. Oh, cinders and ashes! There will be soon, grinned the fireman, when we shovel all that into your fire. They pulled into a siding close by the station. Thomas could get a closer look at all the lorries and their drivers now. There was no doubt about it. They were all private citizens, kindly civilians who had come to help an engine in need.
We heard about your little marathon,
Grinned an old man with huge smile lines.
I'm sure it hasn't been easy. We've come to help.
Maxine called down from atop the bunker as a woman handed her the next sack of coal. We can certainly use it. My back thanks you. And everyone laughed. That is, until they heard sirens. Marcel and Maxine's blood went cold. Diesel's oil was always cold. And Thomas? Well, his water went cold, but he didn't have much left. And thankfully, that was about to change. It wasn't a police car turning into the parking lot, as everyone had partly expected. It was a fire truck. It skidded to a halt with a dramatic flare, and two firefighters emerged from the cab on either side. One of them brandished a wrench, and the other dragged a hose behind him, as they found the nearest fire hydrant. Well, I'll be, said Thomas the tank engine. Everybody helped to drag the hose to Thomas's tank. Marcel pried open the cap and plopped the hose down inside. Thomas groaned in relief as he drank for the first time in ages. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Their work here was done. Thomas's gratitude was immeasurable, and he made it very clear to each and every one of them. A little girl even offered to give him a kiss, but her father told her no. Why not? She said innocently. He's a really useful engine. Because my smoke box is hot to the touch, explained Thomas, thankful for her father's watchful eye. And that's thanks to you, my dear. That made the little girl smile sweetly. Diesel watched with disgust, and ashamed as he was to admit it, a bit of jealousy. The fanfare for this tank engine was so utterly unwarranted. What was so special about Thomas? The blue paint, the big annoying clouds of steam, the noise he made? Well, we all understand it, of course, but Diesel was at a loss.
However did you get this far off course?
Asked an elderly woman, lifting a hand from her walker to gesture out into the hills. We were hooked onto a train by mistake, and dragged all the way to Manchester, exclaimed Thomas, and he told them the whole story with a great deal of energy and color. The crowd oohed and awed as if they were being read a new railway series book, because they practically were.
Where are you headed now?
A plump man with a huge beard and a little flat cap wanted to know. Diesel spoke for the first time. Southampton. A few little girls jumped, having not expected the big black box to say anything.
You mean you're going south?
Everyone there was puzzled.
Why ever would you go south to get to the North-Western Railway?
Thomas blinked. It did sound exceptionally stupid out loud. Diesel cut in to defend his plan.
We are returning home by boat. Southampton is the best option available to us.
What about the Port of London? Called out a big woman in a bigger hat. It's far closer.
Our arrangements have already been made,
said Diesel, with finality. And that was that. The conversation moved on. But the crowd weren't the only ones with doubts. Thomas was starting to wonder, too. As the two engines hurried through the lush countryside, Thomas noticed England's true beauty for the first time. The rolling hills and rich farmland had all seemed so gray and bleak before, like he was venturing through some dying limbo. But suddenly, England felt less like a hostile foreign land, and more like a great sweeping extension of Sodor. As long as Thomas could remember, the other railway had been a threat to him and his friends, and no matter what name it traded under through the years, that was always the case. But now, for the first time, the outside world actually felt quite welcoming. The hills were a vibrant green now. His eyes twinkled, as if he was now seeing England the way that he had as a young engine, before he'd had any reason to fear or mistrust it. Diesel did not share his sense of wonder.
This whole thing was an accident, and they're calling it a tour.
Well, I suppose I've made it into one. That'll happen when you smile and whistle at everybody.
Diesel growled. It was all too much. He snapped at last, and in a rare show of impulsivity, he spoke what was on his mind before it could pass through his filter.
How do things always go your way?
Thomas made a funny face. He'd never been asked that before.
I don't know. I suppose I'm just naturally likable.
Diesel spluttered, only more angered by the reply.
I try so hard, and I only end up more despised.
Diesel watched as Thomas's eyebrows rose, a bit of concern flooding into his eyes. Diesel gulped. He had said that out loud. He never thought out loud.
Well, began Thomas, with advice Diesel had never meant to solicit. Maybe if you didn't try and deceive everybody into liking you, it would just come naturally, you know?
I don't deceive anyone. I simply curate the truth.
See, now you're lying to yourself about how you lie all the time. Me, I never lie. Well, okay, there was that one time I went to the carnival instead of checking the signals, but can you blame me? And how often does the circus come to town? I told Percy to come with me, but he's terrified of circus clowns.
Good God, he never shuts up, thought Diesel. But at least he wasn't psychoanalyzing him anymore. He'd rather he be blithering on about his inane exploits than trying to unravel him. The way Diesel saw it, the less people knew about the real him, the better. It allowed him to project whatever personality he wanted. That, he figured, was real freedom. Everybody knew who Thomas was. That's the only engine he could ever be. He was stuck in that persona. But then again, who wouldn't want to be Thomas the Tank Engine? Diesel cursed himself for even thinking that. He wouldn't. He would never want to be Thomas. And yet, Diesel spun his fans back and forth a few times to snap himself out of it. All his clattering must have looked rather alarming to Thomas because he took notice. Your engine sounds terrible. Maybe you should get it looked at.
Later, once we're home. We need to reach Southampton.
Are you in any condition to sail? Asked Thomas skeptically. I mean, Southampton isn't a skip and a hop away either.
I am more than capable. We'll power through.
Or, there he was again with his suggestions. No matter how many times Diesel shot them down, he was never discouraged. His relentlessness was almost impressive. Almost. Hear me out. We call the Fat Controller. We tell him where we are. And he sends Boko with a low loader.
And what about me? Diesel snapped.
Or 2 low loaders. Calm down. I don't know how many engines fit on a low loader. Diesel paused. He'd so readily assumed that Thomas would abandon him.
Right. 2 low loaders.
Yeah. There's no need to be covert anymore. There never was, apparently. And he gave the Diesel a disapproving look. Besides, we have people who will help us. Let's just ask. Diesel had concocted a foolproof exit strategy. If that one fell through, he had a backup plan. If the backup plan fell through, he had 5 more backup plans behind that one. And if all those failed, he had some rough ideas that might just work. But asking the Fat Controller for help had never even been a consideration. He hated the idea.
If it's all the same to you, I'd rather carry on to Southampton.
And he began rumbling away again, without further elaboration. Are you serious? A cloud of steam billowed out from Thomas's wheels, like a volcano had just gone off beneath him. He had had it with Diesel's attitude. We have an easy way out. I'm all for adventure, but with purpose. I've been away from my branch line for too long. Daisy's capable and all, but I'm sure she's feeling awfully put upon, which means the passengers are hearing her complaints on a loop. We gotta get back. So let's call in a favor." Diesel growled a tired growl. He had hoped to dismiss Thomas this time like he had so many times before, but the blue engine was standing firm now. Diesel would have to acknowledge him. "I admit, the journey has been tiring for me as well, but we are almost there." And then he smirked and said pointedly, "I didn't take you for a quitter." Thomas twitched. He was old enough now to know when someone was egging him on, and this trick was right off the first page of Diesel's playbook. But there was a reason it was on the first page. It was because it always worked. "Fine," said Thomas lazily. "We'll carry on to Southampton. But only so I can say I did." The bounty of coal meant Thomas could carry on through another 10 stations without stopping. The spring in his spin was more pronounced than ever. Diesel, on the other hand, was fuming. The stick was still jammed firmly up his exhaust. With every wide-eyed pedestrian or loud little child they passed by, Diesel felt more and more like a parade float.
This isn't a marathon.
Diesel reminded the blue engine gravely as they rumbled along. "Well, it isn't an emergency anymore either, so lighten up." And he whistled at some onlookers on a footbridge above the line. An old man lifted his granddaughter up to see her hero rumble underneath them.
Time is of the essence. We have no right to be on these metals.
"Well, the signalmen all seem willing to let us through," Thomas pointed out. "Don't they know best?"
That one a few boxes back threatened to call the police.
"So we waited for the heat to cool off and found another route. It hasn't been a straight shot, but it's certainly going faster without all the sneaking around." Diesel had to agree, though it had been terribly embarrassing. Every time he was recognized, he got the most scathing looks from other Diesels. But thankfully, that was rare. The only engines who could pick him out of a crowd had known him really well. Most engines just saw a black Gronk, indistinguishable from the many hundreds of others. That is, until Thomas blew the whistle on him, and he did that every time.
"I am going to make a request of you," he said at last. "From now on, refer to me in public only as D4193.
"Is that your number?" asked Thomas obliviously. Laughed Diesel. For the first time on this entire trip, Thomas jumped.
As if I would ever tell you my real number.
Thomas was at a loss for words. All this secrecy was so foreign to him. He looked at his own tanks. "You know my number," he said obviously. "It's 1. And not just 1. 1 in bold yellow lettering, the size of a mailbox, dead center in the most visible part of his body. Diesel, meanwhile, did not even carry his number, whatever he claimed it was. "I don't understand you," Thomas trailed off. "Don't you want people to recognize you?" Some more unfamiliar laughter.
Certainly not.
Thomas decided to leave the topic at that. For now, at least. "So, D1 whatever. That's some sort of alias?"
Not some sort of. It is an alias,
corrected Diesel impatiently. "So you want me to lie for you?"
If you would be so kind.
And he flickered his eyelashes in a manner that was as condescending as it was endearing.
And you are so kind, Thomas.
Huh, he scoffed dryly. "I don't think so." Diesel just growled.
Well, will you at least stop calling me Devious Diesel around other engines? I've taken great pains to make myself forgettable. You are compromising that.
Make myself forgettable? The words seemed to chill Thomas's soul. He couldn't imagine why anybody would ever want to do that. "Sure," he said at last. "If it drives you up the wall that much, I'll stop. Not like I'm short of conversation topics to discuss with these guys anyway." Diesel, having had to sit through every one of those discussions, could attest to this. At that moment, a two-tone horn split out through the countryside. A high-speed train was approaching on the opposite line.
It was rather striking. There was an engine at either end. Both of their cabs sloped dramatically like airplanes. They were much more aerodynamic than anything else Thomas had ever seen.
"Oh my God, it's him!" cried the one at the front. "It's the famous Sodor engine!" "You mean Gordon?" gasped the one at the back.
Thomas gasped too.
No, sorry, Pip. It's Thomas."
"Oh," said the rear Diesel, cross and disappointed. "Ha!" laughed Diesel. Thomas just seethed. Thomas and Diesel stood stationary, parked in the short siding of a quiet station. Thomas's crew had gone into town. "You have got to be kidding me," fumed Diesel. "People keep asking for signatures," insisted Thomas, "and we're running out of scraps of newspaper and bits of cloth. This'll save us time in the long run." But somehow Diesel doubted that.
"We're back from Kinko's," called Maxine, as she stumbled up the station steps carrying a tall, unwieldy stack of papers in both arms. "Hot off the presses." But she nearly lost her footing when she said it, and Marcel raced up behind her. With a well-placed shove, they barely kept the driver upright. A few papers slid from the top of the stack and fluttered to the platform. One landed beside Diesel, who looked down and grimaced. "Detestable," was his only reply. Almost in response to his insult, the wind whipped it away and wrapped it around Thomas's lamp iron instead. Far from being repulsed, he beamed with pride. "Hey, that's a good one! I don't remember what tunnel that is, though. It doesn't look like any of them. The bricks are wrong." "It's from the cover of your book," Marcel explained. "It's not so easy to get pictures of you here, so we had to go find a bookstore instead. We photocopied it." Diesel rolled his eyes. "No wonder you were gone so long." But his eyes stopped rolling when he realized they were approaching him and not Thomas. Diesel was alarmed. "Don't you dare put those in my cab. I am not storage." And he shuddered saying that last word. "They won't last a minute in Thomas's," insisted Marcel. "And your cab is nice and clean." Diesel was soothed slightly by that last compliment, but only very slightly. It took much yanking and jostling for Marcel to get Diesel's door open. It was unusually stiff. When Maxine had finally dropped the stack down on the floor, the door hit her on the way out. "Bad engine!" she scolded, and swung the door shut with a sharp metal bang. Diesel just smirked, satisfied in his retaliation. The posters, as it turned out, came in very handy. They were halfway through the stack by the time they reached Leicester. They tried not to spend too long at each station, but everybody had questions. When Thomas had first been marooned in Manchester, he had been worried he would have to pry himself away from the mobs of Diesels. Well, that turned out to be true, but in the best way possible. As he slowly pulled away from his latest stop, he shouted back cheerfully to some new friends. New friends with new names. "Goodbye, Mandy. Farewell, Frank. Ta-ta, Terence." That last one felt weird, because all Thomas could think of was his tractor friend with the same name. But that Class 52 would never know. It was unique enough to him. He'd make it his own with time. Thomas was sure of it. Diesel looked sick. His eyes rolled further back into his head with every nickname that Thomas called out. He spoke at last. "Stop giving them names." "Why? They seem to like it." "It's not how things are done here." "Well, maybe that's why everyone's sad. In case you haven't noticed, your way hasn't exactly made Britain a better place." Diesel just scowled. He wasn't happy with the nature of his country either, that was certain. But he and Thomas felt that way for very different reasons. "Don't you wish you had one?" "Had what?" spat the Diesel. "A name. Haven't you ever wanted one?" "Absolutely not." There was not a grain of ambiguity in his voice. "Why not? The Fat Controller would have happily given you one. And your own color, too." "No, thank you," the Diesel said, with great distaste. "I can't believe that. Every engine gets asked when they first arrive. And you came back like 6 times. So you had 6 chances." "Half of those weren't even me." Thomas did a double take. "What?" "Half of them were decoys. I sent them in to repair my reputation." Thomas blinked, utterly astounded. The
The revelation was so unexpected, it had the incredibly rare effect of making Thomas the Tank Engine speechless. But not for long. That's madness! You just found random Gronks and convinced them to play the part?
It wasn't hard. I practically just needed to pick the ones that were black. You bloody steam engines can't tell us apart anyway.
Thomas's wheels slowed down. He looked at the ballast. It was a dreadfully sad thing to realize. Diesel was right. None of them had noticed the difference. That must have really hurt. And somehow, he found himself saying to Devious Diesel, "I'm sorry."
For what? The Gronk said smugly. It just made things easier for me. Imagine it. Everywhere you go, everything you do, nobody can ever attribute it to you. You're entirely off the radar.
It sounds like hell. Thomas just shuddered, imagining himself in that position, never getting the credit for anything he did, his name being lost to time, his personality forgotten in the crowd. It was his worst fear.
Only if you want that kind of attention. I never have.
Well, I suppose nobody wants credit for what you've done. Diesel growled, but didn't deny it.
That's why all the decoys quit. They all came back to the mainland, one after the other. In the end, all they succeeded in doing was making your lot think I was a stupid, immature bully. If I'm going to be hated, I'd at least prefer to be a threat. They made me into a nuisance. Though I suppose I should be thanking them. You never would have let me back in if you thought I was anything worse.
Thomas found himself in disbelief. You daft engine. All these tricks. They've all been wasted. We would have taken you in regardless. Diesel sniffed.
Pah, as you're so fond of saying. But you never could have saved every engine in England.
Well, not every engine asked. That's all you had to do, Diesel. Diesel mulled this over for what felt like minutes. When he finally spoke, it was with conviction.
You say that being anonymous, forgettable. That sounds like hell to you.
Thomas had used neither of those words, only thought them. Creepy how Diesel could read anyone like a book. Then again, pretty much everybody on the planet could read Thomas like a book. They didn't even cost that much. Yeah, that would be terrible. Why?
Because living on Sodor, forced to seek refuge with the very engines I tried to replace, I can imagine no greater humiliation.
Why? Because it proves you were wrong about us? Diesel's engine spluttered. He almost let a yes slip out.
Because it proves the whole world is wrong. And it's too late for me to convince them otherwise.
And that, for Diesel, was the saddest thing he had ever said. It had become obvious to everybody what the next stop was. They had planned to avoid the big cities, but that was when they were trying to avoid the public. Now, they could take any stretch with a lenient signalman, and they all agreed that the easiest route would take them through the biggest city of all. But Diesel was adamant.
We are not going through London,
said Diesel resolutely. I thought you were all about efficiency, cooed Thomas. It's the quickest route to Southampton, isn't it?
How did we get so far off track?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because you dragged us all the way to Derby. We're much further east than we're supposed to be. And you claim you're not sentimental.
I'm not,
Diesel sizzled. But he only half believed that himself. What's so bad about London anyway? And then Thomas made a face. Besides all the self-important express engines, and pencil-pushing politicians who keep sticking their noses in my island's business, and the smog.
I've worked at all the major stations in London, and, regrettably, I have made enemies in every one. Even with no markings, the station masters have learned to recognize me on sight. I am hated the whole city over.
Jeez, London too? Thomas was growing tired of rolling on eggshells to accommodate the Diesel's shattered reputation.
It complicated things immensely. Maybe just, I don't know, say you're sorry? Diesel mulled it over, for all of 5 seconds.
Or we could avoid London entirely. That would keep things simple.
Simple? London is the only sensible route, insisted Thomas. It's where the LMS meets the Southern Railway.
No such things,
said Diesel abrasively. You know what I mean. Whatever you call them.
Those railways ceased to exist years ago. The junction you are referring to is where the London Midland region of British Railways meets the Southern region of British Railways.
Do you end every sentence with British Railways? That's a bit clunky, don't you think, British Railways? Seems rather daft to me, British Railways.
Stop!
He clenched his eyes. Thomas relented. We won't spend long. We're just passing through. But no one ever just passes through London. It's far too large and sprawling for that. They were about to be consumed by it. As the duo chuffered along toward the great city, Thomas began to get giddy. He was a small-town boy himself. He had spent his first year of life in London, and that had been enough for him. Too easy to get lost in the crowd there. Country life suited him far better. But things were different now. He was a celebrity. People noticed him no matter where he went. And there were a lot of people in London. He began to grow excited. How about a song? He suggested gaily. That sounds pleasant, agreed Marcel, as they heaved another shovelful into the great engine's belly. Maxine checked his gauges, as if to make sure he had the steam for such a performance. Have you got one picked out already, then? Of course! James isn't the only one who's well-versed in lyrics, and unlike him, I can actually sing. But that remained to be seen. Diesel groaned.
Now hold on, this is not a unanimous decision.
Since when have you believed in democracy? Thomas chuckled and cleared his throat. They whooshed into one of the small towns that made up London's fuzzy borders. As the signalman had promised, the lights were all green for them. Passengers crowded toward the edge of the platform to see the unusual sight racing toward them. Upon realizing it was Thomas, they were just as bubbly as all the people that they had passed before. To hear a steam engine whoosh through a mainline station in the late 80s, well, that was a treat. But to hear him sing as he did it, now that was something else. With a wink and a whistle, he broke out into song. Up to mighty London came an Irish lad one day. All the streets were paved with gold and everyone was gay, singing songs of Piccadilly, Strand and Leicester Square, till Paddy got excited and he shouted to them there. It's a long way to Tipperary, oh it's a long way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary, to the sweetest girls I know. Goodbye Piccadilly, farewell Leicester Square. It's a long, long way to Tipperary, but my heart's right there. Oh, it's a long... He carried on like this straight through 2 towns, and despite its volume, not a single noise complaint was filed. There was only one heckler in the Blue Engine's audience, but it was hard to see him behind all the black smoke and angry sparks. At last, Thomas cheerfully drew the tune to a close. Right there, oh it's a long, long way to Tipperary, but my heart's right there. Whew! Thomas's driver and fireman erupted in cheers and applause, though Maxine was mainly the one doing the hollering. Marcel's reaction amounted to more of a subdued golf clap, but both were very enthusiastic all the same. Man, you guys are way more easygoing than my last crew, and he chuckled to himself, remembering. Dana would have plugged her ears. She'd let me through 3 red signals before 3 verses of Tipperary. Maxine just laughed. Maybe you were built in the wrong generation, Thomas. Seems like 1988 agrees with you. Diesel simply had to interject.
He literally just sang a World War I marching song. You don't get more old-fashioned than that.
Some things never go out of fashion, the tank engine grinned, though once again he knew Diesel would never agree. After basking in his praise a bit more, Thomas asked Diesel a question. Did you notice the change I made?
Diesel was at a loss for both understanding and interest. He simply muttered, "What?"
I tweaked the song. I added something. Yes.
Diesel narrowed his eyes, as if unraveling a ruse.
This is just a more convoluted version of I Spy.
Thomas, unfazed, explained himself proudly.
I said girls instead of girl. Want to guess who the girls are?
No, not really.
I'm not going to stop asking until you do.
Ah, who?
Well, Annie and Clarabelle, of course. That one was for them.
Diesel didn't find it very endearing, and Thomas's own face fell quickly too. He looked forlorn.
I do miss them.
A thought flicked across Diesel's head. Perhaps he should say something along the lines of, "We'll be home soon," or "Not long now." But it was a wholly superfluous idea. He wasn't sure how it had even entered his mind. It served no practical purpose whatsoever. So he cleansed it from his mind and returned to contemplating more useful strategies. Still, Thomas's somberness gave Diesel a sort of uneasiness, and the fact that he was even experiencing that uneasy feeling made him uneasier still. He suddenly wished that Thomas would start singing again, would drown out these dreadful thoughts. But he didn't for some time. London was different than Thomas remembered. The last time he had been there was in the late 50s, when he and his friends had gone away on exhibition. That had been before the Beeching Acts. The car had made itself at home in London. That much was clear. Thomas and Diesel coasted into the city on a huge 4-track main line, which took up no small plot of land. But the railway wasn't the only installment that took up masses and masses of real estate. Running alongside them in perfect symmetry for a solid 10 miles, a massive multi-lane freeway traced the outline of the tracks. An inconceivably large number of cars buzzed and beeped along the lanes like a row of ants. Meanwhile, Thomas and Diesel had yet to pass another train on this stretch. Thomas found it rather concerning. Diesel was so repulsed, he couldn't so much as look in the direction of the road. The world had indeed changed. They had received a lot of excited looks and admiring shouts from the towns they'd passed thus far, but it was nothing compared to the big city. In many places, the road had grown over the railway. Thomas was used to the occasional crossing or road bridge back on Sodor, but here, it seemed as if every mile was punctuated by a robust stone overpass that carried cars and lorries across the railway tracks without stopping the flow of traffic. If that had been the intention, however, then it had not succeeded, because Thomas was stopping the flow of traffic by his mere presence. Cars would stop on the roads above just for their drivers to lean out the window and get a better look at the famous tank engine. "Rubberneckers," Maxine said, shaking her head, but she did it with a flattered smile. Thomas had no clue what a rubbernecker was, but they were making him feel very special. Soon they had reached their first London signal box. It was no different from any of the other signal boxes, but it represented a milestone in the journey all the same. The crew dismounted and approached it. Thomas had noticed that they weren't parking him right by the box anymore, like they had early on in the trip. He couldn't overhear their conversations with the signalman anymore. He wondered if they didn't want him to be seen. Maybe it was easier to negotiate if they simply didn't bring their bright blue steam engine up at all. The general public was very fond of him, but the railway administration seemed to vary by the town, and even by the yard. Maxine returned to her engine with a spring in her step. "Good news! Signalman says there's a coal merchant who sells in bulk, and he's on our way." Diesel, ever the cynic, just had to ask, "What's the bad news?" There was, indeed, bad news, but Maxine knew better than to share it. "Let's cross that bridge when we get there," she winked, and with almost perfect synchronization, her and Marcel swung up into their respective sides of the cab. Diesel knew every inch of London like the back of his buffers. It is for this reason that, as they made their way through complex webs of connecting lines, passing familiar streets, boroughs, industries, landmarks, that he began to grow more and more agitated. "Peculiar." "What is?" said an oblivious Thomas, as he hooted to a gobsmacked man on a bike. The poor gentleman soon collided with an open car door. "We're going west," Diesel said, half of his attention still on his own thoughts. "Well, duh," chuckled Thomas. "Southampton's southwest of here." "Yes, but we're going through western London." And then he saw those famous canopies looming over the London skyline, one of the biggest stations in London, a truly great structure. A great Western structure. They were 1 mile from Paddington Station. Diesel made the most horrendous screeching noise. When he started making smoke, they had no choice but to stop and look him over. "Damn it! Hot boxes!" Maxine cursed, slamming the panel shut and blowing on her hand. "How many?" asked Marcel. "All 6!" replied Maxine in amazement. "It's just a bloody station, Diesel. How can it make you this angry?"
Because it is the Panniers station. Devious Diesel hissed with raw contempt. And he is the cause of all my woes.
Thomas couldn't help but laugh.
Tread carefully, tank engine.
The tank engine tried to bring his laughter under control. Okay. But Diesel, you're unbelievable. We've just crossed a whole country of people and engines you've offended. Surely Duck didn't accompany you for all of that. Diesel just growled as he realized he had to elaborate.
Of course he didn't, but his confounded ideology did. I had a perfect success record. I revolutionized every yard I visited.
And then his thin, sinister eyebrows fell darkly over his bitter eyes.
Until Tidmouth. He made a fool of me.
It was one prank. Hadn't you ever been pranked before? One grave look from Diesel told Thomas he hadn't. He reiterated.
Do not drag me into Paddington Station. You will regret it.
I'm quite tired of your threats, huffed Thomas. The coal merchant is on that side of town, and I'm not going to go hungry because you can't swallow a grudge. And with a definitive yank, Thomas jerked Diesel onward to Paddington, ignoring the screech as best he could. Thomas's best was not enough. When they trundled under the signal gantry into Paddington Station Yard, Diesel's screaming axles grew louder. When the station itself came into view, he quickly started to sound more like a megaphone being dragged across a chalkboard. He made such a fuss that a door burst open from the nearby engine sheds. The shedmaster raced out and called for them to stop.
Hold up! I said hold up!
Thomas stopped where he was and shut his eyes in annoyance, heaving a heavy breath. "Yes, sir," said Marcel from the footplate, preparing for a difficult conversation.
"That engine is not up to code in the slightest."
He fetched his spectacles from his shirt pocket and bent over to get a good look at the leaking axle boxes. He orbited the entire engine in that same hunched pose, growing more displeased by the moment.
"You will need to put him in the loco sidings," he insisted. "We will have him looked at there."
Maxine and Marcel just traded a glance and then reluctantly agreed. Before long, the points had been set for them, and they were making haste to the sheds. Thomas was shocked. All the shedmaster's focus had been placed squarely on Diesel. He hadn't even remarked once about the bright blue steam engine from the 1910s who was coupled to him. Why would a great Westerner, of all people, allow them to traverse these rails unpermitted? Thomas thought back. The first Sir Topham Hatt had been a Swindon man. The Great Western had taught him everything he knew about engines and railways, and he had carried a love of the railway with him to his deathbed. He had had friends in Paddington. Maybe those associations were serving them, even now. It was anyone's guess, but Thomas wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Diesel, however, was less than grateful for the free service.
I am beyond outrage, his axles screamed. I won't be serviced by Great Western men. I won't.
Thomas just snickered. I thought you said the four railways didn't exist anymore. Diesel just fumed. He might have claimed to not believe in the Big Four, but the truth was obvious. He was an LMS engine in different colors, and his rivalry with the Great Western was older than Diesel's themselves. It was a loathing which had existed between red and green since the early days of the grouping. Whether he realized it or not, he was an extension of that bitter tradition. But Thomas, who had no allegiance to any railway beyond his Farquhar branch line, ignored those petty pleas and backed him squarely into an open berth in the engine shed.
This is your last chance. Remove me from this place.
But the driver cut in with annoyance. We can't take you anywhere when you're throwing a fit this big. We'll just have to go to the merchant without you. Hopefully you've gained some sense when we get back. And in an expression of firm agreement with their driver, Marcel uncoupled the diesel. We'll be back in an hour, promised Thomas, and they were off to place a very large order on the company card. Diesel watched Thomas trundle toward the mouth of the yard. He waited until he was totally out of sight, and then he snickered deviously.
Reverse psychology. Always works like a dream.
His axle boxes stopped leaking. The grease ran into his bearings once more. He was oilier than ever. The station was really rather breathtaking. It had 4 huge canopies that slowly curved with the platforms, and each one was sized differently than the last. The great white semicircles changed from big to small, alternating with rhythm, like a waddle or a waltz. It was certainly worthy of postcards. Diesel had no doubt he'd inadvertently stolen a few tiny pictures of Paddington when he'd absconded with the mail train a few days back. Staring up at it, even devious Diesel could not deny the majesty of Paddington Station. And he was going to ruin it. He could see more than just the station from his siding. He could see the offices that adjoined the engine shed he was sitting in. There were a few doors that led into the structure. Some were marked and some weren't, but only one of them was of interest to Diesel. He smiled slimily. It was the door to the engine driver's common room. Now he had only to wait. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a railway employee came wandering out. Diesel turned on the charm.
"Excuse me, sir," he oozed. "I believe you're my driver this afternoon."
The man stopped in his tracks and pondered. Can't be. Jim wouldn't be back with the engine yet.
"Oh, he was," lied Diesel. "He was impressively quick today."
The driver twiddled his jaw, trying to make sense of the situation. With some hesitation, he began his inspections.
Well, you seem in order, he said dreamily. Awfully grimy, though. I can't even see your number anymore.
"I am indeed due for a wash," said Diesel sadly,
mimicking the disposition of a certain old blue engine who was once desperate for a day out.
"Perhaps you can give me a wash when we're through."
"If you perform well,"
said the driver firmly. And then he boarded the wrong Diesel, none the wiser. A wash indeed. Diesel would never have dreamed of it. Diesel glided giddily into the station, not a single squeak in his suspension. A grungy-looking Class 45 was just decoupling from his train. He spared the Diesel a slightly hung-over look before rumbling away to the sheds. The shunter honed in on the unfortunate line of coaches. They were much more streamlined than the ones he'd grown accustomed to on Sodor. Their jet-plane-like windows and sleek steel bodies radiated modernity. Maybe he would have told them that, if he had had the decency to compliment them. But this wasn't Edward. This was Devious Diesel. He gave them a bump. "Oh!" cried one. "Those are unfamiliar buffers." He jerked them backward hastily, and they all squealed. Diesel just cackled. "Easy, old boy," called the driver. "They aren't trucks." But that constructive criticism would do no good. Diesel wasn't listening. With a precise and purposeful tug, Diesel pulled the lead coach's front bogie off the tracks. She dragged along the sleepers with a mournful thudda 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 thudda. "Bother!" shouted the driver. "We'll have to wait for a crane. Let's just tuck them back onto platform 7 then, out of the way." So Diesel tucked them back in. But not far enough. That had always been the plan. Now, the lead carriage was blocking the main switch by just a hair. Enough that an oncoming train wouldn't notice it, but not enough that it would clear it. He turned his attention to some third-class carriages on Platform 2, which were looking rather sleepy after a strenuous run. They didn't have the same stamina that the express coaches were known for. Diesel woke them with a violent whir of his wheels.
"This way, dears," he implored them slimily. Despite their protests, he hurled them across the yard and pulled them down the wrong siding before the signalman had time to set the points. The driver's knuckles had turned white. The throttle was jammed hard in reverse. Until it wasn't, and Diesel came to a total halt. He and the coaches were sitting on a major entry line, one of the only ones that led back to the carriage yards.
"What are you playing at?" called a very groggy coach. "We're on the wrong line. We're meant to go to platform 5 next."
On the contrary, my dear, insisted the Diesel. You are right where I want you. A horn blared in the distance, and a dull gray Class 52 rattled tiredly past. He was headed for platform 8. As he rounded the bend and flew over the main switches that granted entry to every platform of the station, he grew closer and closer to the head of Diesel's train. Diesel had barely left any clearance. "Jiminy Christmas!" cried the big Diesel, and he slammed on his brakes. The rear coach shut her eyes tight. Both engine and carriage were sure they were going to collide. But they didn't, because that had never been the plan. Diesel's face slid into a huge grin as his true intentions came to pass. The sudden stop had jarred every coach in the train. They ran into each other like dominoes, and each one derailed, hurtling this way and that. It was a miracle they stayed upright at all. The whole yard was thrown into a panic, but there was worse to come. Unable to stop in time, the gray Diesel was horrified when he spotted Diesel's second booby trap. The train he had shunted earlier, its derailed bogie hanging just far enough out of platform 7 that there was no way the Diesel could get past without a disaster. He clipped it with incredible force. The coach's buffer was torn clean off and went flying, crashing through the station's glass roof and carrying on into the sky. The Diesel found himself tipping dangerously to the left, and when gravity overtook him at last, he tipped over and skated across the adjoining track on his side. His train, still dancing painfully along the sleepers, slowly dragged to a halt. When everything was finally out of motion, the true scale of the calamity became apparent. Devious Diesel had successfully blocked every platform of Paddington Station. "It was the engine, sir, I swear!" The driver was babbling like a child, dabbing his eyes and his forehead as he tried to explain the madness that had transpired to the station master.
Get a hold of yourself, man!
Snapped the man in charge.
You can't go blaming the machinery. This is on your hands. There will be a thorough investigation.
Just then, one of the porters called out to him from his office, and the station master flew off to attend to the crisis. It was going to be a very long evening shift. Diesel watched it all from a random entry line. It didn't matter where they parked anything now. The station yard was more of a war zone than a track plan. It had been an hour. Thomas the tank engine pulled up behind him in shock. "What did you do?" gasped the tank engine in horror. Diesel faced away from him. Thomas could not see the shit-eating grin spread across his calloused grill. "Me? My dear engine? I would never." Maxine just shook her head, overwhelmed by the disaster before her.
"You're in the way. They need to get a breakdown train through here."
But even once they dragged Diesel out of the yard, the coaches he had been shunting still blocked one of the major access routes. That was part of his genius. As they shuttled out of the yard, they spotted the station master pacing fiercely out of the station and toward the signal box. He was angrily muttering something about a severed power line and all the bloody phones being down. The telephone in the box was ringing off the hook, now the only means of communication to the outside world. When he answered it, they could just barely hear him inside as they passed by.
You're serious? You're actually willing to send him?
The other side of the line mumbled and murmured inaudibly.
He's insisting, you say?
More mumbling.
We can't do that. We don't have facilities to support a steam engine, even for a short while.
A very persuasive mumble followed this. It was a low, booming voice. That was clear even through the phone. The station master wavered.
Well, we do have quite a few heritage railways not far off. Maybe one of them could spare some coal.
Thomas slowed down, listening. Good Lord! He actually called to check in. Diesel's face lit up. They both knew who was on the other end, and which engine was begging to be sent to London. It must be headline news, Diesel sneered, and took another look at the travesty he had created in the yards. The station master was rubbing his bald head so hard, Thomas thought it might come to a polish. He was actually considering it.
No, sir, we've never had anyone better. All of our veterans still talk about him.
Thomas had to gawk. He couldn't help but be impressed.
But rules are rules. No steam engines in revenue-earning service these days. Not even your Montague.
I'm starting to see why everyone in London hates you, said Thomas, as both engines backed into some tired old carriage sheds on the outskirts of Paddington. It was late, but they could still hear diesel motors hard at work on the other side of the robust retaining walls. The towering yard lights peered over it, blaring bright to light the way for the shunters trying desperately to reverse Diesel's brilliant mess. Thomas wanted to help, but he figured his presence there would only complicate things. "Oh, please," Diesel scoffed. "I've never done anything on that scale. I only did it because I have nothing to lose. We're never coming back here." Never say never. Thomas's thoughts wandered, until a tangent replaced them altogether. All that just to show Duck up. Wouldn't it have been better to one-up him instead? Whatever do you mean? Well, you know, shunt his yard better than he could. That would get his goat, I bet. But Diesel's face fell. "I would have loved to, but, well, it would have taken ages to learn the yard plan, and, I thought you were revolutionary." Thomas's tone was more puzzled than mocking. "You come into a yard and improve it. That's what you say, right? Not, I study a yard 2 weeks in advance, practice for a while, refine my methods, and then improve it." He said that last bit in his very best Devious Diesel voice, which did not amuse the Gronk one bit. "I have nothing to justify to you. I am beyond competent." Thomas was quiet for a minute. Something rather shocking occurred to him. "Are you?" Diesel glared at him, but it wasn't the type of glare that said, "Don't underestimate me." It was the type of glare that said, "Stop prying." "Nobody's ever taught you properly, have they? That's why you're always derailing things at Tidmouth, or why you push things into the sea or bump into other engines. None of that is part of your master plan, is it?" Diesel tried to look angry, but he only looked lost and ashamed. He prided himself on being a smooth operator, but the truth was, he was only efficient on paper. When it came to putting it into practice, he was constantly falling short. But he didn't dare admit that, even to himself. "You could never begin to comprehend my inner machinations, Tank Engine. I always mean what I do. Always." He went to sleep, with little elaboration. The sheds were strangely devoid of spluttering noises when Thomas's eyelids drifted open next morning. Diesel was not beside him. Stranger still, he only felt one set of shoes on his footplate. "Where's Maxine?" he asked Marcel. "Being more generous than she'd ought to be," snarked Marcel, and they hopped down from the cab and slid the shed door open with a whoom so Thomas could see out into the yard. There was Diesel, juddering back and forth, throwing trucks into buffers and getting more frustrated with each mounting failure. Oh, Jesus. Thomas couldn't help but pity him. "Marcy, can you take me over there?" "I'm not technically certified, Thomas." "You know plenty." There it was again, that irresistible cheekiness. He was incorrigible. Marcel shrugged and decided to live a little. They'd already come this far, after all. Thomas met Diesel out in the yard. The shunter's eyes darted over to him menacingly. "Don't look," he said pitifully. "Kinda hard not to, buddy. And even if I didn't, I could hear the trucks whining. Indeed, they were all groaning dreadfully. especially the one that was upside down. My God, how are you this bad at shunting?
I am not. I am a model of efficiency and precision engineering.
Thomas just glanced back and forth between the massacre of wagons strewn across 4 sidings and the smug diesel engine claiming to be talented. Yeah, that's not enough, pal. I don't care what your blueprints suggest. You're terrible at this job. Diesel's face just went that familiar shade of red again as he looked away in disgrace. Have you ever actually shunted a train without issue? Diesel's embarrassment worsened. His face said no, but his voice said, with perfect certainty, "Of course." It was rather sad, actually. Diesel had never asked for help, not from anyone. He had always been intent on working things out for himself. Perhaps, Thomas thought, that's why he was so bad at marshalling wagons, and so lonely. You know, and he sounded like he regretted the offer already, but he kept talking anyway. I can teach you. Diesel eyed him with great offense and suspicion.
We Diesels don't need to learn. We know everything. We come to a yard, and we...
What is it with you and the generalizations? Cut in Thomas rather tiredly. You aren't Diesels. You're a Diesel, singular, one word. Mavis kicks ass at shunting. You don't. There's a difference right there.
In theory, we are meant to be perfectly suited to the task.
Thomas just groaned. All of this in theory nonsense. In theory, I was supposed to have enough water to go 5 miles without running dry. That's what the blueprints said. And they were wrong. And he gazed out toward the city outside the yard retaining walls. He wasn't exactly sure where they were, but he had a feeling they weren't far from his old stomping grounds. That's why they stuck me in Victoria, in the shunting yard. There was no warmth in his voice, only old miseries. His eyes remained fixed on the city skyline. He thought, just barely, he could make out the very top of those familiar station canopies. Victoria wasn't far. Thomas has made a lot of crazy decisions over the years. The one he's about to make may seem tame to you, but to him, it was by far the craziest. Tell you what, I know a place we can go and practice. It's roomy, and there's never any shortage of stock. Anyone can learn there.
What makes you so sure?
Thomas backed into Diesel and coupled on. They were back to back now, but Diesel could still imagine his serious expression when he gave his succinct answer. Because it's where I learned. And he huffed quickly out of the yard, with a reluctant Diesel in tow. He had worked his entire life to escape this job. And now, he was about to return to it voluntarily. The little blue tank engine and the little black box trundled slowly over the River Thames. They entered the mouth of the station yard. It swallowed them whole. Thomas felt a sensation he hadn't felt in years. Butterflies in the boiler. It was even more claustrophobic than he remembered. I promised I'd never come back here, he said to himself grimly. But Thomas was brave, braver now than he'd ever been in his youth. He wouldn't let anyone tell him what to do. He would defy any rule or any superior if he thought it was the right thing to do. Now, it was time to defy himself. It was time to face some old demons. You probably know of his time in Vickerstown, where he was relegated to shunting for the bigger engines like Gordon and Henry. I'm sure you recall how humiliating that was for him. London, Victoria, had been far, far worse. All of a sudden, Thomas was shaken from his anxieties. He noticed something and gasped. Well, bust my buffers! They actually went and did it! Did what? Quizzed Diesel from behind him, who could only see the world sliding away from him as Thomas dragged him backwards. But the tank engine decided not to elaborate. Nothing. Things have just changed a lot. Here, and he traversed an unexpected set of points. Let's wait for a path to the goods yard. It will be better for our purposes.
The goods yard?
Diesel was puzzled. He had expected Thomas to teach him about carriages. They were, after all, at a terminus station. Surely the carriage sidings were the place to go. But beggars couldn't be choosers, and despite his best efforts to deny it, Diesel desperately needed to learn. They came to a stop in a wide-open switchyard with many sprawling lines. They were surrounded by industry and dense urban development on all sides. It was rather messy, litter strewn all over the place. Discarded newspapers and used paper cups lie between the sleepers. Some fluttered across the yard, riding on the breeze. You'd never see litter like this on Sodor, Thomas thought. Many of the tracks ended in sheds, ranging from small to enormous, likely for transferring goods from road to rail. No one was around. All was quiet. The evening light began to turn everything from a twinkling gold to a chilly blue. Thomas shunted Diesel onto his own line, and Marcel took up their post in Diesel's cab again. That was the only way this was going to work, after all. Thomas spoke with a voice full of experience. All right, first things first. You've got to gauge your speed approaching trucks. If you don't slow down gradually, you'll hit them hard and push them away from you. Ideally, you're barely touching them when the shunter couples you up. Typically, Thomas shared his wisdom with others in a boastful tone, but not this time. If anything, he seemed a little embarrassed that he was so knowledgeable about the subject. He wasn't showing off in the slightest. This was purely for Diesel's benefit. This, of course, made the Gronk skeptical.
Why are you doing this?
Because you're a wanker and you're angry all the time, said Thomas abruptly. And this is probably part of the reason, isn't it? Diesel processed the insult. It made sense logically. It'd be easier for everyone on Sodor, Thomas included, if Diesel were better at his job. It's not like they feared him replacing them anymore. Whether they should underestimate him was a different matter. But they did, and that meant that Thomas had no reason to withhold his wisdom. Even so, Diesel couldn't accept it.
This shouldn't be necessary. I was built for this.
Thomas looked backwards towards his own uniquely shaped side tanks, the way they jutted forward at the top, hanging over his splashers. Well, I was, and I was flawed anyway. That's why I'm this handsome shape. Sometimes the plan that's laid out for us is dumb, so you make a new one. You understand that, don't you? You love backup plans.
I don't love them, I just see the necessity for them.
Well then, maybe you can also see the necessity for a few shunting lessons. I'm a bit rusty, but I think I've still got it. Diesel didn't say anything for quite some time. He knew what the acceptable answer was. Absolutely not. But he had struggled with this ability his entire life, and he had never allowed himself to admit his failings. Every time he had made a mistake, he'd only gotten angry and took out the nearest box van. Maybe it was time to change that. Maybe it was time to ask for help. But from Thomas the Tank Engine? Could he survive the shame of that? Perhaps it wasn't shameful. Perhaps it was opportunistic. After all, here was a longtime enemy of his offering up his trade secrets. He would be a fool not to exploit his generosity. Yes, Diesel liked that framing a lot more. He wasn't receiving help. He was manipulating Thomas. This was just another con, another intellectual victory. But it wasn't, of course. There was a very sad old diesel engine learning to do a job he should have been tutored in 30 years ago. But he would never have accepted this olive branch without cloaking it in delusion. He had lived and breathed in deception for too long. He couldn't come by anything honestly anymore. But if ever there was a path out of this suffocating web of lies, the first stepping stone was the tank engine and his shunting lesson. So they began. All right, so watch closely. Thomas approached the long metal van slowly and just barely tapped it with his rear buffers. He pushed it for some time along the siding until it stopped delicately before one of the sheds. Diesel marveled. He had moved the thing so effortlessly, and he had even done it backwards. Your turn, said Thomas, darting his eyes towards a smaller van that sat on Diesel's line. Diesel almost turned pale. His eyes focused intensely. The yard grew so silent you could hear a discarded plastic bag drifting through the breeze. He drew forward slowly, like a wolf sneaking up on its prey. And then, he floored it! Marcel was thrown backward in the cab, and both buffers caved in on the sleeping van. When the poor fellow awoke, his face was buried in a brick retaining wall, and crates of what looked like mangoes were tumbling out of both broken doors. A few lights came on in some nearby apartments.
This isn't fair, Diesel seethed. Your van was different. This is not a controlled experiment.
Thomas just sighed. It's not a competition, Diesel. I'm teaching you the basics here. You should know how to shunt both. Diesel knew that, of course, but he was too angry to think straight.
It's my blasted engine, he deflected angrily. If only they hadn't turned on me back at Derby. I could have,
But Thomas was having none of it. It's nothing to do with your engine. Yeah, it sounds bad. You're in serious need of a tune-up. But if you knew what you were doing, you could work around it.
What, like you and your freakishly long tanks?
He snapped vitriolically. Thomas coasted backward in shock. His face settled into a bitter frown. Forget it, he hissed, clearly wounded. You know everything, right? What am I wasting my time for? This lesson was obviously not going anywhere. Marcel climbed resignedly down from Diesel's control room, shutting the door tight behind them. They returned to their rightful spot in Thomas's cab. To think I came back here for an ungrateful sod like you! Unbelievable. Diesel just studied him for a minute, intently. And then, for the first time on this entire misadventure, Diesel asked a question about Thomas he genuinely wanted to hear the answer to.
Why do you hate this place so much? What memories does it hold?
Thomas looked at Diesel thoughtfully. He was silent for an uncharacteristically long time. This was important to him. When he did speak, it was with a bashful laugh. You know, if you had asked me that question a few years ago, I would have told you to shove it. Hell, that's what I used to tell Percy when he asked.
Is it any surprise that people are curious? The racehorse blathers on endlessly about his Nigel Gresley. The Victorian has his stories about the finesse. But none of them like to talk about themselves as much as you do. And yet, your origins are a mystery. To all of us.
Thomas gave him a half-hearted look, as if he was indecisive on whether to continue with this conversation. There was a lack of certainty that Diesel had never witnessed in this engine before. When at last the tank engine switched lines and came face to face with him, Diesel knew he was about to recount some deep-seated memories. It's because I'm embarrassed. Thomas took a deep breath. He felt the hot air course through his boiler flues with small relief as it whooshed out his funnel. The skybound steam carried away all hesitation. I was a disappointment. My railway, it built a lot of great engines over the years. Engines that made big waves.
Ah, like that Stepney the Bluebell engine,
said Diesel rather carelessly. Thomas scowled, but he let it go with another puff of steam. Yeah, like him. His class changed the face of London. And there were a lot of other notable ones too that made big strides. And then we came out, Mr. Billington's E2s, and we were...
Failures? Let me guess. Poor fuel capacity.
Ouch! He said it like it was a physical pain, not an emotional one. No need to be that blunt.
You said be honest.
I didn't say be mean. Diesel didn't know the difference. He'd never learned it. Thomas continued. But that's what makes this so difficult, Diesel. We weren't failures. We were just... average. We weren't horrible, but we also weren't that great at anything. They put me on goods trains and I wasn't the best. They trialed me on passengers and I was too rough, apparently. When my crew remarked on it, He couldn't help but chuckle. I threw my coal back at them. My driver caught a lump in the shoulder. Oh, I could be such a terror. Eventually, they made us... shunters. He said that last word in the most miserable voice, as if it was the worst thing an engine could be, as if he was ashamed for having ever been one. Because he was.
Diesel took offense. What's wrong with being a shunter?
Nothing, assured Thomas. But I was always destined for more. I knew I was. But nobody in this bloody town thought so. Everyone said we were dull, unimpressive machines. And more than anything, I wanted to prove them wrong. So I left. And all the passion and determination ran back into his face. Another gust of wind blew past and brought more garbage with it. The newspaper slid along the sleepers. He looked down at it and grinned with the greatest satisfaction. And I did. The headline proved him right. Television star spotted in London, and on the front page, a huge photo of Thomas the Tank Engine. A huge photo of an LBSC E2 tank engine. The only reason they will ever be remembered. So I suppose I wasn't a disappointment, in the end. But there was no supposing about it. His smug grin made it all too obvious. He knew he was an icon. Diesel's fan spluttered as he tried to put the pieces together. He'd heard a lot of new information all at once. One question rose above the rest.
Did you say you left? He snarled. You just up and left the LBSC. That seems a bit daft, doesn't it?
Well, if you're clever, you can get out of any jam. And he winked, implying he wouldn't reveal much more about his methods. And it was wartime. There was a lot going on. Good time to slip out. I was much more use on Sodor anyway. And he grinned, remembering what Edward had looked like in red. It seemed like yesterday. Diesel's mind was still abuzz. He had another question, and this one was much broader.
Why would you tell me all this?
He was genuinely perplexed. He couldn't understand it. Thomas knew his track record. Diesel would weaponize any intimate knowledge he was given. The words, "in confidence," meant nothing to him. They were simply artillery in his war of manipulation. Because it's not a secret anymore. Everybody knows. I mean, it took me 60 years to tell them, but I did. It hurts to hide things. Truth is, if you're ashamed of yourself, it doesn't matter if you manage to hide it from everybody else. You still know. You might as well air it all out. And then he smiled, remembering how his friends had reacted. And odds are, you're ashamed for nothing. It always sounds so much worse in our heads. Diesel's thoughts wandered again. His tongue went with them.
Unless you really are rotten on the inside. Then they'll confirm your greatest fears.
The sorrow on Thomas's face confirmed to Diesel that he'd been thinking out loud again. He cursed himself. For years, he'd prided himself on maintaining the steel trap that was his mind. How was it that this unassuming blue tank engine had drawn his true thoughts out of him more than once? Maybe there was something special about him. Maybe this is why he had so many friends. He cursed the thought, even harder than he cursed his slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue which Thomas had heard clear as day and was keen to remark on. Everybody knows you're rotten, Diesel, but it's because of the things you've done. You weren't a bad engine until you started lying and hurting people. So why did you start? Because he had never trusted anybody. Because he had calculated that the safest way to navigate the world was to fashion a charming persona and convince everyone it was the truth. Because deep down he was afraid to be himself. Because you only get one true self. But you get a million aliases. That's why he'd started telling lies in his youth. And now he was doing it because he had always done it, and it was too late to turn back now. That was why. That is not what he told Thomas.
Because there are things more important than me hanging in the balance. Steam engines reigned supreme when I entered the world. If I didn't give people a reason to doubt them, they never would have given diesels a chance. So yes, I lied. But the bigger picture was always true. We are the future.
The present now, corrected Thomas, and soon to be the past.
Lunacy, dismissed Diesel. We are the pinnacle of transportation. Nothing can replace us. There isn't anything more refined.
At that moment, an electric multiple unit zipped behind Diesel on its way to the now fully electrified Terminus station. Diesel didn't so much as notice. Thomas just settled into his springs and smiled with pity. Do you know why I didn't take you to the station proper? Why we had to settle for this little goods yard on the fringes? Diesel puzzled.
I was indeed wondering. Tutelage and shunting coaches would be far more useful.
Because it's all electric now. Most of the trains are multiple units. They don't even need shunters. It's wondrous, really. And he marveled at the third rail that ran alongside the two that held his wheels, even here. I've always liked electric traction. The LBSC was among the first railways to try it out, you know. I find that electric engines are nice on the whole. Quiet. Not my style, but I respect it.
Ha 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 ha, laughed Diesel very nervously. You've undercut your point before you even made it. It's ancient technology. The only thing it's good for is the tube. It will never fully take over the main lines.
Thomas just gave a short, self-assured chuckle. Yeah, it will. And honestly, I won't mind when it does. Though for Gordon's sake, I hope it takes a while. And then he added sternly, "Do not tell him I said that." As if Diesel could, or would, keep a secret. But he barely heard him. He was too focused on the dark reality Thomas had just woven for him.
It won't happen. BR is far too sensible for that.
Sensible indeed! How is it that you're such a smartass about everything else, but you can't see how stupid the leadership of your railway is? They make the worst decisions, Diesel.
Watch your tongue, tank engine. Diesel was dead serious. This is my railway you are talking about.
Are you sure? Replied Thomas, with the three most dangerous words he could have followed Diesel's threat up with. Why do they keep sending you away, then? Diesel bit his tongue so hard he would have gone right through it if it had really been there. His forehead and cheeks turned a vibrant red.
I have made some political missteps,
he recounted rather generously.
but it is no fault of BR, and they have never once sent me away. Do you know why?
Because they don't know you exist, Thomas said aloofly. Diesel's face grew redder somehow. That was too far. Maybe not even because it was insulting, but because it was too close to the truth. He doubled down.
No.
And his furious frown became a demented and cruel grin.
Because there's nowhere to send me. They own it all, Thomas. They've never sent me to the Northwestern Railway.
His grin widened. His eyes burned with hate.
They've only ever sent me to the Northwestern region of British Railways. Fuck you! Your railway's a farce. It hasn't existed since 1948. They let you keep the single-digit numbers and the stupid colors because they can't be bothered with you. But one day, your region will prove too expensive, and they'll wipe it all out because they have that power.
And if they ever try, we'll blow the damn bridge! They were both shouting now. A week of resenting each other's company had finally gotten to them.
And then you'll be common terrorists. And then they'll send out the Army, and the Royal Air Force, and the Navy. Shut the fuck up! And they'll ravage your towns, and they'll fly planes over Tidmouth, and Knapford, and Farquhar, and they'll bomb you out until you remember what empire you're part of!
Go on, keep planning your invasion. I want to know what ports to fortify. We won 2 wars, and we'll win a 3rd. You don't scare us, you creep.
Enough, he finally said. This is childish.
Thomas was still breathing heavily, but after considerable effort, he managed to steady himself. He backed up a few yards. You may not understand this, being built in the 50s, he said gravely. But you don't joke about war, or the Navy, or the Air Force. You just don't. Diesel understood, and also with considerable effort, he brought his massive ego under control. He felt, personally, that Thomas was being overly emotional, but he also knew it was wise not to trigger this reaction again. So he would respect this particular boundary going forward.
Very well.
And he looked to Thomas, a hint of desperation on his brow.
Are you going to leave me here?
Thomas just sighed. Of course not. Come on. When they took their leave from Victoria the next morning, they left behind a Gronk-shaped hole. Thomas and Diesel left London the next morning to tremendous fanfare. The cheering Londoners had no idea that the duo had devastated the station yard at Paddington and obliterated a goods shed in Victoria. If they had, they might not have been cheering quite as loudly. The rest of the journey was relatively peaceful. It was mostly through serene countrysides, accompanied by an ever-growing number of seagulls. Thomas couldn't help but feel that Edward was watching over them. But another thought occurred to him as they traversed these rails, and it filled him with dread just thinking of it. This was the very route his siblings had taken when they were reallocated all those years ago. How awful that was to think about, that they had spent their entire lives toiling away in the switchyards at Victoria and London Bridge. And then they were finally given the breath of fresh air that was the southern English countryside. They enjoyed their first good long run in years, joined by sea air and green groves and passing villages, only to be shut up in another, even more dismal shunting yard. The yard Thomas and Diesel were going to now. Thomas knew logically that going to this harbor was the way home, but as they got nearer and nearer and the green countryside receded in favor of cold concrete, Thomas could not help but feel that he was being trapped. Thomas had heard all about Southampton from other engines. He had good friends that had worked there, and they had made a point of emphasizing the scale to him. But he never truly understood it until he and Diesel arrived there. Shipping containers everywhere, walls and walls of them, with what seemed like hundreds of great gantry cranes to place them on the decks of the waiting supertankers. If Cranky the Crane had been here to see this, he would have come down with a serious case of crane arm envy. The docks were bustling with busy people, preparing the dizzying number of containers for departure. One was working rather nearby Thomas. He got her attention, and then he asked her the questions that had been on his mind for the entire journey. "Hey, excuse me," asked Thomas a little too excitedly. Is this the harbor where the E2s once worked? You know, the ones by Mr. Billington." The dock worker only scratched her head. "Do you mean those American ones? The USA tanks?" Thomas winced a little and thought of Rosie back home. He felt very upstaged. He tried to be polite. No, before them." "Oh, I see. Well, what were they like?" Thomas just sighed. That answered it right there. Like me, he would have said. But if she'd remembered those engines at all, she'd have recognized him right away. They really had been forgotten. "Excuse me for asking," the woman went on, "but are you done up in promotional colors? Or are you the real Thomas the Tank Engine?" Thomas smiled at this, but he smiled sadly. "Yeah, it's me. Nice to meet you, ma'am. You want an autograph?" She did, coincidentally, for her and her 2 kids. She thanked him and called him really useful and then went to continue her work elsewhere in the massive port. "All right, we need to find the manager," and Thomas cursed himself, realizing, I should have asked that lady over there. It could have been her. If only I hadn't been so busy answering questions."
Don't bother finding anyone. There's no point," Diesel said plainly.
Thomas just blinked, astounded. They had come all this way, and now Diesel had suddenly lost interest? He wondered if he'd heard right. "Speak for yourself. I want to go home." But Diesel just spluttered and cut him off.
"This ship won't get you home, you fool."
"Well, she will after I'm done talking to her. I can be quite convincing." And Thomas began to saunter boldly alongside the waiting vessel. But Diesel called him back.
"The ship isn't going to Sodor, you imbecile."
For a few moments, only the cold ocean around them could be heard. Thomas spoke softly and with some confusion. "What are you saying?"
Do you know why I was so insistent on sailing out of Southampton, Thomas?
Thomas had indeed been curious. There were other ports available to them. Britain was, after all, an island. You told me this was the only route you knew. And then Thomas's thoughtful expression collapsed into one of frustration. But I imagine that was a lie too, wasn't it?
Yes, he said in a weaselly tone. But there is one thing I was honest about. I do have the network memorized. Every line in every region. I could have charted a course to any harbor we chose.
Then why this one? The tank engine asked, still puzzled. Diesel met his gaze again, and confessed.
Because it is international.
All the pieces fell into place. A week of deception began to make sense at last. Thomas was stunned. You can't be serious. You want to leave the country.
Of course I'm serious. Look around, Thomas. All of England resents me. You've seen it firsthand. I have worked in all 6 regions. I have shunted yards as far north as Edinburgh, as far south as Plymouth. I have journeyed to every corner of Britain.
You really do get around, Thomas marveled for a second, and then chuckled. You're even more well-traveled than Percy. He got passed all over England before I met him, and even he had less than a dozen owners.
Indeed. I have visited hundreds of yards.
And for this next part, his voice almost broke.
And they have all rejected me, and passed me on to the next. Now there are no alternatives left. There is nothing left for me in the United Kingdom.
At that moment, a nearby gantry crane roared to life and began rolling slowly toward them. It passed over them both, showering the 2 engines with small flakes of yellow paint and rust. It carried on until it reached a train of steel shipping containers behind them. Once it was done unloading those, Thomas was sure that Diesel was next on the manifest. He didn't bother asking how Diesel had managed to book passage. He put nothing past him at this point. And this triggered another thought. Wait, so you're just gonna leave me here?
That is the plan. Yes.
Thomas's angry panting subsided a little. He wanted to be cross, but he was too astounded by Diesel's sudden honesty. Now that he had gotten what he wanted out of the tank engine, he no longer had any reason to lie. There wasn't even a risk of Thomas telling all his secrets to the others. Diesel had no plans of going back to Sodor. This, strangely, was the first time Thomas had ever seen him speak honestly. And his response was not contempt or even disgust. It was pity. Diesel said no more. He simply waited for the great yellow crane to take him. He looked more relaxed than he had all trip. This had been his goal all along. The big metal behemoth ground its way along the rails until it stopped just above the Gronk. The long crossbeam with chains on all 4 corners slowly dangled toward the waiting diesel engine. His face grew peaceful and joyous, eyes closed in anticipation, as if he were being raptured. And then, the crane stopped. Diesel opened a self-assured eye.
What's the hold-up?
It was then that the foreman of this particular dock marched up, rather urgently.
Frank, how many times do I need to tell you?
He shouted up to the crane operator.
We need to confirm the shipment before we pick anything up. Let me talk to the driver real quick.
But of course, there was no driver. So Diesel spoke in his place.
It's all above board, sir, I assure you,
said Diesel with the utmost confidence. But the foreman just stared right past him, like he wasn't even there. Like he hadn't said anything.
You two, is this your engine? Do you have the paperwork?
Maxine and Marcel stammered nervously. Neither knew what to say. Diesel whispered snippily to them.
It's in my cab, damn it! Just grab it!
Marcel put a hand to their mouth. Something dawned on them. Oh my, so that's what those were. And then they chuckled at an uncharacteristically high volume. Diesel was out of patience.
What's so funny?
Marcel just shrugged. Sorry, Diesel. I couldn't give him the papers even if I wanted to. They must have been mixed in with the stack of posters. I think a little girl somewhere in London is the proud owner of a bill of lading with Thomas's signature on it. Diesel was speechless, and from the foreman's perspective, he might as well have been the whole time.
Well then, I guess this one's a no-go.
And the foreman shook his head.
When are people gonna get their shit together? Lot of money to waste over some missing paperwork.
And he boarded the ship to speak with the captain. In mere minutes, the great vessel was sailing away, fully loaded.
No!
Cried Diesel, racked with panic.
You can't!
He wanted to chase after the ship, but he couldn't do such a thing without someone at the controls. So he just sat there and cursed the heavens, then the cranes, then the harbor master, and just about everything else in his vicinity. And then his fury devolved into misery, and he broke down in tears. Right then, said Marcel, who was now beyond negotiation. It's time to call the Fat Controller. And together, both driver and stoker hurried off to the foreman's office. Both engines were left alone by the dockside. It was a half hour before Diesel could so much as find the will to speak again. Thomas addressed him at last. So this whole thing was a ruse, from A to Z.
Yes, you're correct.
Huh. Thomas just ogled off into oblivion for a while, watching the waves. He was clearly struggling to follow the threads. Diesel rolled his eyes. It was taking everything in him not to just explain the whole thing outright. But he gave the tank engine time, if only so he could enjoy the silence. At last, Thomas's eyes grew wide. A bombshell had just dropped inside his smokebox. He turned to the Diesel, as mystified as he was infuriated. You never really wanted the mail cars, did you?
No,
he said lazily, and grinned down at his unwilling travel partner.
there were no government bonds on that train.
Thomas scoffed. Ha! I knew you didn't know a thing about bonds.
Oh no, I know where all the government bonds are. I also know what routes the Treasury trains take. But I've tried those schemes already. Too many drivers ended up in Her Majesty's prison service.
My God, said Thomas, without much else to add. He had stopped a thief once. The man had stolen some trophies. At the time, Thomas had thought that was a big deal. At last, unprompted, Diesel broke down and explained the whole thing in full, a wicked grin growing upon his maw as he did so. Thomas buckled in. The Diesel needed a safety valve for monologues the same way steam engines needed them for steam.
I knew I could never reach Southampton on my own. They would have crucified me the second I showed my face, regardless of the yard or the region. I needed a cover, somebody to distract them, and nobody's more eye-catching than you.
Thomas tried not to smile at the compliment. Context was all wrong for that.
So I needed to draw you out, make you chase me. Percy's mail cars were the perfect bait. I knew you couldn't let your friend down. For whatever reason, he matters quite a lot to you.
Yeah, but why take Percy's train? Why not take something that mattered to me?
Well, I thought about taking Annie and Clarabelle, but I wanted to emigrate, not die. So I decided against it.
Thomas smirked in agreement. Wise choice. Indeed, that would not have ended well. There would likely be a few more Gronk-shaped holes peppered throughout Britain if Diesel had gone through with it. Both engines returned to silence for a while. Then Thomas chuckled, and Diesel got curious as to why.
Something funny?
It's just... Thomas tapered off his laughter. We sent Hero home. Hero! We put him on a ship, and we sent him to Japan. At great expense, mind you.
As if the Fat Controller would ever do that for me,
Diesel moped. Well, he would have, if you were nicer. Thomas considered his words. But then again, if you were nicer, you wouldn't need to run away in the first place, would you? Diesel's lack of rebuttal was the greatest agreement he could muster. Thomas figured he ought to change the subject. Scanning the rows and rows of docksides that lined the southern coast of England, he was struck by a question that had burned him on and off for years. He realized now that he was in the perfect place to ask it, with the perfect engine. You said you worked in every yard in England.
Yes,
Diesel confessed tiredly.
Some more than once.
So you must have worked in this one then?
Of course.
He sounded irritated, as if he had just been asked to answer the same question twice. Because, for Diesel's deductive mind, he might as well have.
You're curious about your siblings, aren't you?
Thomas felt emotional whiplash. He had wanted to build up to that admission. Yeah, I am. Last time I saw any of them was in the 10s. Diesel gazed down at Thomas thoughtfully. He was careful with his words, though, strangely, not because he was trying to deceive.
You are aware that they are no longer living, yes?
It was an impressively sensitive sentence. Thomas smiled a little. Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I figured you might have met them. Again, Diesel was not quick to respond. Thomas listened to the electric motors spinning inside his frames. He usually answered any question with no doubt and little hesitation. But now, he seemed to be putting work in. And that, of course, was because Diesel was considering something he never had before. Other people's feelings. But his objectivity won out, of course.
Yes, I did. They looked terrible. They were so mired in filth they could have worn a color as bright as yours, and nobody would have known. A sorry sight.
He paused for a moment, and then added,
They were scared, too, presumably of their imminent demise. That's how they were, for the brief time I was here.
Diesel made a point of only looking down at Thomas's face after it had all been said. He had to remain impartial to the tank engine's feelings, which he'd never taken notice of till recently, if he was going to answer factually. When he looked up, he was surprised by Thomas's lack of misery. There was an undeniable sadness there, but nothing too striking. He had clearly assumed that this had been the fate of his family. I'm not surprised, he said resignedly. Truth be told, I didn't know them too well. I was still so young when I left Victoria. I was so mad at all of them. They wouldn't stand up for themselves, or me. They were content to be forgotten. I imagine they forgot me too. But then, a hopeful thought struck the Blue Engine. Do you know if they ever heard about me? Maybe they heard about the books.
That, I don't know,
the Diesel Engine said, with total neutrality. Thomas only sighed. I guess that's one mystery I'll never know the answer to, then. Diesel could not understand his sadness, but if nothing else, he was learning to recognize the symptoms. A two-tone horn sounded out from the yard entrance, and a deafening growl came into earshot. Thomas recognized the Diesel from volume alone.
Hello, Tommy!
Bear rumbled over the points with two huge low-loader flat trucks in tow. His deafening motor filled the whole city with sound, let alone the dockyard. The seagulls were startled from their perches and darted chaotically through the port in all directions, and a forklift stopped sharply and flicked its skid over the edge of the dock. More rust was shaken from the cranes.
Sorry!
And he chuckled heartily to himself.
I never mean to make such an entrance, but I always do!
Bear! Beamed Thomas innocently. You came all this way for us?
They sent the Hymic?
Diesel puzzled, but it wasn't meant as an insult, even though it objectively was one.
Of course!
Said the bellowing Diesel, in a voice that would have meant anger or panic for anyone else, but was mere small-talk volume for him.
Henry really wanted to come and get you himself, but the Fat Controller couldn't get the permits.
Didn't stop us, snickered Thomas's driver. The fireman landed a punch on her arm.
I told him I'd take good care of you and bring you home safe and sound!
And then he eyed Diesel suspiciously.
I don't believe it!
His voice expressed far more shock than the quiet astonishment he was actually feeling.
So he was right! It was you!
Who was right? Asked Thomas, but Diesel only scowled and gritted his teeth.
It was Duck!
Explained the Hymic with gusto.
He even guessed where you were! Said if all else failed, Diesel would make a break for Southampton! We were already headed here when you called!
Thomas and Bear both eyed Diesel, whose face had gone crimson at the very mention of the Great Western Engine.
Blasted Panya. Thinks he knows everything.
When it came to Devious Diesel, it appeared that he did. The journey home was awkward. Every mile they traveled filled Diesel with shame. He had failed, utterly. They were carting him back to the very place he had escaped from. He imagined this was how Thomas would feel if he were dragged back to Victoria after receiving his branch line and forced to shunt the yards again. And then it hit him. That's exactly what he had made Thomas do. He had experienced that. Diesel gulped. How strange, he thought. That was almost empathy just then. But he didn't drive the budding emotion from his mind, as he'd been trying so hard to do recently. He also didn't explore it further. He simply did nothing, sitting motionless on the rocking flat car, waiting to return to his doom. When they returned to the island of Sodor, both engines were given thorough inspections at the works. Diesel was the worst for wear, having half melted his axle boxes in anger on more than a few occasions, and overclocked his engine terribly in a vain attempt to prove that he was a long-distance contender. Thomas, on the other hand, had fared remarkably well. But that was no surprise to anybody. His resilience was well known to everybody on Sodor. It also helped that Marcel and Maxine had so vigilantly tended to his bearings and joints. Even halfway across England, he had been well maintained and kept in fine running condition. But all the same, he couldn't go back to his branch line just yet, not before he was summoned to Tidmouth Station. Thomas was nervous. He knew who would be waiting for him on the platform there. But he didn't get that far before a chorus of whistles ambushed him from the sheds.
Well, look who it is, cackled James with feeling.
Oh, thank heavens you're all right,
Cried Henry.
You must know I never intended to leave you behind. Quite a stunt you pulled,
Bellowed Gordon.
Tidmouth to London in 7 days. Now, don't take this the wrong way, my boy, but if the Wild Nor'wester made such time, it would never sell another ticket.
Thomas's eyes darted every which way, unsure whether to feel excited or insulted or just glad to be home. He settled on a mixture of all three. Boy, have I got stories for you all, he chuckled at last.
Visit anywhere of note?
Asked Gordon with vicarious interest. We never went to Doncaster, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, no, certainly not. Be far too off course. But, perhaps King's Cross?
It was then that Edward sauntered up from within the sheds, with perfect calm. His eyes twinkled when they saw Thomas, but he didn't look all that surprised. Oh, hello. You made rather good time. Enjoy your little adventure? Thomas just smirked. Edward had clearly never doubted his safety. Whether that was because he knew the true nature of the other railway, or he had faith in Thomas's survival instincts, he wasn't sure. But either way, it was good to see him. Immensely, smiled Thomas. Maybe a little too much. The whole thing was a terrible mix-up after all. Well, I'm glad you made the most of it, grinned the old engine. We've been hearing all the news. Your face is all over the telly. But all 5 engines were made inaudible by the 6th. Thomas! He squealed alongside the sheds and skidded to a halt beside his friend. You're alive! You're alive! You're alive! You're alive! Thomas only shot a playful jet of steam at him. Of course I'm alive, silly. And better than that, I'm enriched. I think I may be more well-traveled than you now. But everybody knew that wasn't true. Percy the small engine had worked in so many factories, it'd be no surprise if one of them was on the moon. The celebrations were cut short by the thunderous clearing of a throat. Somehow, despite the incredible volume of all 6 engines rumbling at once, they all heard the man standing on the edge of Tidmouth platform, half a mile away. His presence was simply that undeniable.
Oh dear,
Gulped Henry.
you had better go and see him.
The anxiety returned to Thomas's boiler, his cylinders filled with steam again. But Edward spoke softly to him as he went. Don't fret. It's going to be all right. He seemed to know something. Sir Stephen Topham Hatt stood motionless on the platform, His hands were clasped behind his back. His posture was impeccable. When Thomas came creeping up to the platform, the man gestured firmly to the very back of the station, where the platform ended in buffers. They were taking this into his office. Thomas came to a halt in the deepest part of the big station. Sir Stephen Hatt stood before him expectantly. Sir... Well, okay, sir, I can explain.
Can you now?
He was so composed. His father before him had been quite haughty when his engines defied him. His grandfather had been a terror. But Stephen was cool and collected. Always. To Thomas, it made him the most intimidating of the three. When Thomas opened his mouth, he didn't close it again till the entire story was out. I was trying to stop Diesel, sir, and then we ended up in Manchester, and he said that there were evil, prowling Diesels blocking the way home. So we went the southern route instead, but that didn't make any sense, and I said it was foolish, but then I found out how well liked I am the whole country over, and well, I couldn't disappoint the people, could I? So we carried on blowing whistles and signing autographs, and before I knew it, we were in London. That was a blast from the past, let me tell you. And then Diesel dared me on to Southampton, and Lord forgive me, I can never say no to a dare, so then he told me it had all been a lie, and Thomas finally took a breath. Several, in fact. And that's when we called you. The Fat Controller stared for a long time. When Thomas's confidence had finally been unbalanced, the great man allowed himself to smile.
You silly engine. I've known all along.
Thomas was aghast. The Fat Controller really did know everything. But then something occurred to Thomas, and he was very cross. Well, why didn't you tell us?
You didn't tell me either.
The controller harumphed.
Fair's fair.
Thomas frowned. The Fat Controller had a point.
But, as much as I'd like to say so, I'm not all-knowing. I received a tip.
And to Thomas's shock, he tipped his hat to Maxine and Marcel. It dawned on the tank engine what he was implying. He glared daggers at his crew. No! You didn't! Marcel shrugged. Oh, come now, Thomas. We'd have been fired by now if we hadn't. How long? The tank engine demanded. Oh, not long, grinned Maxine cheekily. Since your big reveal at the colliery. Thomas was speechless. A lot of things were starting to make sense now. The signalmen had become rather lenient after they'd left Nottingham. Thomas had assumed they were letting him through because he was such a splendid engine. That seemed rather silly in hindsight. I felt bad about it at first, confessed Maxine. And then I remembered how much you love adventure. It would have been cruel to reveal to you it was only a tour. Thomas's safety valve slowly simmered down. He tried to fight it, but he couldn't help grinning. His driver and fireman knew him too well. It had indeed been a lot of fun playing the rebel for a while. The Fat Controller continued.
There's another reason I left you in the dark, Thomas.
And he reached into his jacket, producing the same newspaper Thomas had seen blowing through Victoria Yards.
I wanted to see how you would do on tour, so to speak. A baseline, if you will. With no advertisement whatsoever. Only your mere presence.
Thomas just blinked in surprise, then grinned cheesily. And how did I do, sir?
You're a lousy planner,
he said firmly.
But I knew that already. However, the people love you, so I want to try it again.
Thomas gasped. Sir!
You are becoming something of an icon, Thomas. Your little stint across the country has only fanned the flames. After all, if you could entertain the masses by accident, imagine what you can do on purpose.
Well, I suppose I did put on quite a show. He was quickly warming to the idea.
People want to see more of you. Are you ready to see them?
We all know how Thomas responded, and I'm sure you can guess what came next. But that's another story.
I will make the arrangements,
said Sir Topham Hatt, who could not fully hide his own excitement. Thomas remained at the platform, still a little stunned from everything that had transpired over the last week. As the Fat Controller disappeared into his office, the tank engine sat and simmered, thinking it all over. His thoughts were interrupted by the rumbling of express bogey wheels and a boxy green tank engine backing toward him. Duck positioned the coaches precisely in platform 2, and then backed up to run around the train. But he stopped when he saw Thomas.
You're on the crossover,
Duck informed Thomas politely. No, welcome back, Thomas sniffed.
Oh, of course. Welcome back.
He said it with much love, it's not that he didn't, but he really needed to use that crossover.
Now, if you'd be so kind.
Thomas rolled his eyes and made some space. So, you're marshalling coaches then. Duck settled in next to Thomas, well clear of the train. He seemed to loosen a little now that his task was complete.
Somebody had to,
he said dutifully. Any chance you run my branch for me too? Thomas chuckled. Duck only smirked in loving disapproval. But his face fell when he was reminded of something else.
Did they get Paddington sorted out?
He said it with urgency. Thomas smiled, rather compassionately. Yeah, I think so. When we left, most of the lines were clear. They were running some trains. Duck exhaled so heavily. It sounded like he'd been holding his breath for a week.
Good.
And that's all he could bear to say on the matter. His relief was obvious.
You've had quite the week,
the Great Western engine continued.
I'm glad you're all right.
It was a simple sentence, but he said it with such sincerity. Thomas had missed honesty and earnestness the last week. He chuckled. Oh, please. British Rail was no match for me. I was never in any danger. Duck kept his lips closed for some time before answering.
Your disregard for railway protocol was, disturbing to hear about. But that's not what I'm talking about.
He inched closer, almost whispering.
He took you for a ride, didn't he?
Thomas's grin vanished, his cheeks pinkened slightly. Who, Diesel?
Who else?
Thomas mulled over whether he should be candid with Duck or not. He wondered if Duck would hold his foolhardiness over him. And then he remembered that this was Duck. He never held anything over anybody. Yeah, he played me for a fool. And as he confronted what had happened for the first time, he became angrier at himself. I know the shape of England. How could I let him convince me that bloody Southampton was the best way home? Duck was sympathetic, maybe even empathetic.
Don't blame yourself, Thomas. Diesel may be a rotten shunter, and a rottener engine on the whole, but he's a brilliant manipulator.
I suppose he is, Thomas said sadly. You were right to be wary of him. He was 10 steps ahead the whole time somehow.
He's a villain, plain and simple.
Well, Thomas interjected. Duck's eyebrows rose high.
Well?
I have just spent a lot of time with him. And he's got problems, Duck, make no mistake. And the way he sees the world is so cynical. Thomas took a deep breath, and then made his point at last. But I don't think he's evil.
He would have marooned you in Southampton, Duck reminded. He only cares about himself. The only thing that engine cares about is his own survival.
Thomas thought back, still looking conflicted. Has he ever talked to you about Derby? Duck just looked confused.
The loco works? Well, no, he's never mentioned it.
Thomas sighed. Maybe you should ask. But Duck would never get the chance. Diesel never returned to Tidmouth Station. The adventure had changed him. He simply refused to work, so they sent him to the Diesel Works. They couldn't find a thing wrong with him. There wasn't a broken part in his whole body. That, of course, was because it was his mind that was troubled. Most engines don't have minds. They let their boilers or motors do the thinking for them. But for some cursed reason, it seemed that Diesel did. And now, as he sat nestled in a dark corner of the Vickerstown Diesel Works, he would use that mind to think and dwell and lament. He'd never had the humility to grab hold of all the olive branches thrust his way. He trimmed and clipped and swatted at every one. Now he was alone with his broken ideologies. And as much as he hated this outcome, he wouldn't have it any other way. In this rotten world where modernization had been bastardized and steam romanticized, he had no place. He would never be able to change it. The revolution wasn't dead, but it only had one supporter now. And so he blended in and was forgotten, just as he had always wanted.
Bye-bye.
Diesel.